Good morning, everyone. We are now live once again. I hope you missed us. We've been live 2 weeks before with our Prague Gaming Summit. Today, we are live with our Q2 European Gaming Meetup, which we launched this year to have this type of much more interactive gatherings every 3 months. So without any delay, I would like to invite the first moderator to kickstart today, which is under the form of Dr. Simon Planzer. Hi, Simon.
Hi, how are you today, Sultan?
I'm well, thank you. I see you have an interesting panel lined up.
Absolutely, we have very esteemed colleagues on this panel, and I'm very grateful for that, for my colleagues to join us today. So if you allow, without any further ado, do we jump into updates from Europe in regulation?
Yes, I see that there is some issue with Marie's microphone. Marie, maybe you could log out and come back once again to check if it works. Simon, I will leave you to it.
Okay, maybe Maura, can you hear me as well? Very good. So I would like to just briefly check whether we are everybody here on the panel and see whether everybody can hear me well. So Cosmina, I understand you're with us.
I am happy to be here with you all.
Thank you, great to have you. Ala?
Hello, good morning.
Hi, Ala, good to see you.
Happy to be here as well.
Great having you. Wonderful. And then we also have Maura Conneely. So while I do see a picture from Maura, I don't see her live, but I understand from our communication just now between Maura and I that Maura is on her way, just trying to fix a sound issue. So in that sense, we will kick off anyway, and I'll just briefly introduce our speakers. Maura Conneely is a senior associate in the Disputes and Investigations Department of A&L Goodbody in Dublin. She has been a lawyer with over 20 years experience, specializing in various fields, including, of course, gaming. We then have Ala Serebrinskaya. Ala is a lawyer and partner with Asensi Abogados, with offices in different jurisdictions, including in Mallorca, Madrid, and Colombia. And Ala joined Asensi about 10 years ago, Asensi Abogados, and has been heavily involved, especially in licensing issues. And finally, particular pleasure also to have Cosmina Simeon with us from Bucharest. Cosmina has specialized heavily in intellectual property, regulatory and technology affairs for more than 20 years. She is a partner at her own firm that she co-founded a couple of years ago, very successfully, I should add. And of course, among the various fields that she specialized in is also gaming and gambling. So again, welcome everybody. And I then also extend a warm welcome to all our guests today who have chosen to join us. And of course, I would like to announce in advance that there will be the possibility for interaction and questions. And I would like to already invite everybody to post your questions in the Zoom chat, which probably I will take up around mid-time of the panel, as well as towards the end of the panel. So please, I strongly encourage you to use the opportunity of this interactive format and to post any questions you may have to us on this panel. Wonderful. Well, then I would suggest that we do start with Cosmina and developments and updates from Romania. I understand on the one hand, there is still a state of alert in place in Romania. There have been a couple of interesting regulatory changes and draft laws. And finally, I believe we will also touch on AML matters. But if I may suggest, why don't we start maybe with the two first points, state of alert and a couple of regulatory changes and draft laws. Please, Cosmina, we're very curious.
Thank you, Simon. Well, despite the pandemic, this has been a very busy year in the gambling field. I didn't even realize it until you invited me to join your panel, and I was, going through the motion and couldn't stop listing everything that has happened. To start with the state of alert, this is something which is obviously driven by the pandemic. And currently things are calmer in Romania due to the vaccination process, and hopefully it'll keep on being like this, despite the menacing of the government with the fourth wave coming in the autumn. But because there are still threats to our health from a political point of view, there is a need for the state of alert to be kept in place. Otherwise, constitutionally speaking, certain measures wouldn't be taken so easy by the government. And so the gambling field is benefiting, at least on the face of it, from the state of alert, taking that one of the provisions in the initial legislation that was issued back at the beginning of spring 2020 was that during the state of alert and another 90 days following it, any licenses or permits or authorization issued by state authorities will continue their validity without the need to be prolonged. Currently, the current state of alert ends on the 13th of June. Expectations are that it will be prolonged, so we still have some time until the current authorization expires. What happens in practice is that while the land-based industry has taken advantage of this provision to a certain extent, to my knowledge, in the online field, this has not been put to use. We are currently trying to make use of it. How it'll work, I don't know, taking into account all the certification requirements of the online systems and so on and so forth. But that is the main benefit, if it is a real benefit. Other than that, there are of course some fiscal advantages, which again have benefited more to the land-based industry so far.
Okay, you also mentioned the fourth wave. I'm afraid I've stopped counting. Are we with the third, the fourth, or the fifth? But to be frank, do you really think that a fourth wave is likely to happen in Romania in fall, given that vaccination programs are progressing?
It really depends on how we go about the vaccination process. So far, let's say we are close to target with 5 million vaccinated people by 1st of June. We haven't reached that target, but we were very close to it. The problem is that the number of people who want to get vaccinated is decreasing. So despite the fact that the government is ready and has the vaccines and has the capabilities to organize the process, I don't know how we will go from here. And because of that and all the variations of the virus, they are afraid, the public authorities are afraid that the fourth wave is possible in the fall.
Okay, wow. Well, thank you also for this update. No, of course, we should be guided by facts and science and not just by hopes, right? So indeed, I appreciate your esteemed situation assessment. I believe we also wanted to speak about the new director and who would move in as early as in Q3. Is that correct? I'm sorry, Cosmina. I also wanted to speak about a couple of draft laws, right? And this would be really interesting if you could elaborate on that.
There are many pieces of legislation, flowing in the air in our parliament for a couple of years now. They are, I would put them in the same box as the trend all throughout Europe in the gaming field, at least in the jurisdictions that have been regulated for some years now. And it's to do, of course, with advertising and protection of players, generally speaking. What worries me today is that, as you mentioned, there is an increasing number of these drafts, and some of them have reached even the voting in the second chamber of the parliament. We have a two-tier parliament, and luckily that piece of legislation which was strengthening the advertising regime was sent back to the discussions of the committees. But it is my feeling that from this many drafts, at least one would ultimately see the light of day. Just to list them to give you the idea of flavor, some of them are talking about instating a list of self-excluded players, and while this list is provided for in the legislation in the online gambling part of it, the legislation is silent when we talk about the land-based industry. And in any event, the lists, even in the online field, are not corroborated. So each operator keeps its own list, and they are not joint, and they are not released to the gambling authority. And in the land-based industry, it's a wind of liberty currently. Each operator does whatever their ethical standards dictate, let's say.
And would you say these standards vary quite a bit from one operator to another?
Quite a bit, yeah. That would be an understatement. That's one of them. One other one is to do with outdoor advertising. And there is onus put on how much outdoor advertising is allowed for any kind of gambling, if at all. There are other provisions which prohibit specifically televised advertising before 11 p.m. Why is there a need for that when there is specific guidance in that respect in the audiovisual legislation, and the fact that we have guidance there nowadays is a result of intense discussions with the audiovisual council for more than a year. So there is some political drive behind all of these drafts. Obviously, there is a political gain for any politician if they are seen as fighting the bad gambling addiction.
Sure. That is a really international trait. So
Exactly.
in spite of cultural differences globally, there are also common themes that we know from each jurisdiction. This would be one of them indeed. In regards to outdoor advertisement, I'd be interested, do the draft texts foresee that advertisement is prohibited in certain locations?
Yes, absolutely. It's to do with whatever you've seen anywhere else you would see in these drafts is to do with the, proximity to school and cultural, um, buildings and churches and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. It's interesting. I've seen those two on a regular basis in other jurisdictions, schools and churches. So they're common. The common link of schools and churches is that gambling advertisement should be prohibited. Thank you for this first overview. I'll take the opportunity because we just spoke of advertisement to also ask our next speaker, Maura, who should be with us now. Maura, do you hear me well?
I'm here now, thank you.
Wonderful, great to have you, Maura. Wonderful. Thank you for being with us. I wanted to ask, considering that legislation is coming forward, new regulator is coming forward, whether you consider advertisement to be one of the hot topics to be taken care of by the regulator, who is, I understand, to move in as early as in Q3, probably latest Q4. So I think for our first theme, I would be very interested to hear more about this new regulator that everybody's expecting, what you can tell us about him, and whether you expect advertising to be a hot topic there.
Yeah, certainly. We're expecting a new regulator. It might even be a her, Simon, as well. Who knows?
Of course. Sorry for the language fault.
Not at all, I jest. Yeah, so as most people probably know, our legislation in Ireland is very outdated at the minute. We have legislation from 1956 dealing with gaming and lotteries, and we also have a Betting Act from 1931, which is still on the statute books, but it was updated in 2015 to allow for remote bookmaking. But our gaming and lotteries legislation still doesn't even refer to online gaming. So we're badly in need of updated legislation. And I suppose there's been talk about that for the last 20 years and it hasn't happened. I suppose the most concrete steps were taken in 2013 when a general scheme was published. And the scheme is essentially an outline of what the legislation is going to contain. So at present, I suppose that where we're at is that we're now back on that scheme from 2013, or an updated version of that at least. So the Minister for Justice published a Justice 2021 plan earlier this year. And in that plan, it set out various milestones that the Department of Justice intended to try to achieve for gambling regulation. So I suppose this is the first time that we've actually had steps outlined to us and milestones as to when this reform is going to happen. And as you mentioned, Simon, part of that is the appointment of a CEO or a director designate of what is going to be the new regulator. So they're doing it a little bit backwards here in Ireland. So they're going to first appoint the CEO designate before the legislation is even in place. So what they're saying is that the regulator will be put in place in what they're referring to as sleep mode and before the legislation is even there. So although it's going to be a statutory body, it won't initially be set up on a statutory footing. And I suppose the thinking behind that is that once the CEO or director, they haven't quite decided on a name yet, is in place, they'll also have an input into the regulation and will help to drive that forward. So then in terms of the timetable, we understand that from Q1 of this year that work is already underway in setting up that new regulator's office. And this kind of comes from work that was started in 2019, where the EU Commission funded a report to be prepared on what a gambling regulator, a modern gambling regulator's office should look like. So I suppose we were hopeful at that stage when there was money coming from the EU Commission that they'd actually have to act on that, and that seems to be happening now. So as I say, in the background, that work is underway. Then also as part of those milestones, the Minister has committed to advertising the position of Director CEO Designate of the regulator by Q3 of this year, which is upon us now nearly. So in the next couple of months, we would hope to see that position advertised. And then the next milestone is that that person would be in place before the end of this year.
Very interesting, Maura.
Yeah. That's going to be a big step forward as well. And the other major milestone is that the Minister has committed to publishing the updated scheme in Q3 of this year as well. So again, the updated scheme is the heads of the bill. But most importantly, I think for operators is that once that scheme is published, there's going to be a period of consultation. And the Department of Justice is well aware that it doesn't have the expertise in-house on gambling. We don't have a history of regulation of gambling as such in Ireland. So that's going to be an opportunity for operators and stakeholders to input into the heads of the bill, which will eventually become the bill itself. And that consultation period is likely to take place over a couple of months, starting before the end of this year. So that's an important milestone for operators to look out for. Just in terms of the longer timetable then, I suppose, that's all going to take some time, the consultation and then the drafting of the legislation. So what the Minister has said is that early 2023 is the goal for having the regulator's office up and running and operational, and the new licensing regime in place. So it essentially gives all of 2022 to allow the legislation to pass through Parliament and the licensing regime to be set up. So coming back to your question then, I suppose, on advertising, we don't yet have a clear indication of what type of policy is going to be adopted in terms of advertising. The Minister has publicly said that there will be restrictions on advertising that's targeted at minors and problem gamblers, but I think you would expect that. He's also said that there would be restrictions on operators sponsoring sports and sports teams, which I suppose is not unexpected in an Irish context because it's not something that you see a lot of. And our Gaelic Athletic Association, which runs Gaelic football, has already introduced a ban on gambling operators sponsoring Gaelic football teams. So I suppose in that vein, it's not unexpected that that might be something that would be included in the legislation.
If you allow, Maura, that's a highly interesting point, because this would seem to be very different to neighboring Great Britain, isn't it? Where you see loads of advertisement in sports, in particular in the Premier League. So how would you interpret that there is actually even a self-regulatory approach by the Gaelic sports in excluding possibilities, opportunities of advertisement there?
Yeah, I suppose the Gaelic Athletic Association is a voluntary body. It's not a professional body, although it's been, it has a huge amount to say and is, I suppose, spread throughout Ireland in terms of grassroots. There's teams in every pocket of Ireland. So it's quite a powerful group in that sense. And because it's a voluntary organisation, I suppose it sets its own rules, and the local clubs and teams abide to those rules. So I think in that vein, it's expected that, the same will be put in force in respect of gambling. And even if we compare to alcohol regulation in Ireland, there's a move on that side as well to restrict alcohol producers from sponsoring sports and sports team. We had a Public Health Alcohol Act that came in 2018, which is moving towards restricting advertising and sponsorship of alcohol and alcohol products for sports. So I think now that has set the ground rules, I suppose, on the alcohol advertising side, I think we can expect that the same is going to happen for gambling advertising.
Okay, well then this seems to be embedded in a larger logic indeed. Maybe one final question before we move on to Spain, more if you allow. when we think of the profile that the future CEO of the regulator could have, what would you expect? What kind of profile would you expect him or her to have?
Yeah, it's hard to know, I think, until we see the position advertised, which will be very soon. But given that there's an acknowledgement in government that they don't have the expertise in gambling, and particularly in online gambling, I think they will certainly be looking for somebody with regulatory experience, specifically in the gambling field, to bring that expertise to Ireland. So while we do have a long history of gambling in Ireland, particularly betting, we really don't have the expertise or the knowledge at government level on the online gambling side. And I certainly think they'll be looking for somebody from either industry or from another regulator's office, or somebody with experience on the regulatory side to lead that and to drive forward the implementation of the legislation over the next 18 months.
Okay, thank you very much, Maura. We'll come back to Ireland, but let's move to Spain now, and Alla, and I understand that advertisement has been a topic that has kept you very busy. In Spain, it would seem that within the context of European tendency of introducing restrictions, Spain has taken the torch. So we would be delighted to hear a bit more in detail about these restrictions and where they come from, what the reasons are for these restrictions.
Yeah. Thanks, Simon. Yes, absolutely. The regulation on gambling advertising has been approved in November 2020, entering into force the day after, but the regulation foresees different entry into force periods, different transitory periods, so it will be fully applicable the 31st of August this year, being, as you said, the one of the most restrictive regulations, or the most restrictive one that we have now in the European jurisdictions. And well, to understand better the whole scenario of where we are in Spain, I think it's interesting to understand where we come from, because we have a new regulator since May 2020. We also, the DGOJ belongs to a new ministry, to a Ministry of Consumer Affairs. So we have noticed a significant change in the regulatory tendency, focused on totally inclined towards the player protection by imposing and crystallizing strict rules, policies to the operators. And a clear example of this, or a clear result of this, is the definitive version of the gambling advertising regulation that we have in place. I mean, the DGOJ has always been under the umbrella of the Ministry of Finance since 2011, because we are now in our 10 years anniversary of regulated market. So it was in January 2020 when the Spain's ruling socialists, without a majority to form a government, reached strike coalition deal with extreme leftist Podemos. And by the end of January 2020, when socialists and leftist Podemos, extreme leftist Podemos, approved the new structure of ministries, the DGOJ, the General Direction on Gaming, was moved from the Ministry of Finance to the Ministry of Consumer Affairs. Only 6 months later, we had our previous General Director was replaced by a new one, Mr. Miquel Arana. And these changes, of course, were very significant for us, for the industry, not only because of the change of the ministry that we belong to, for obvious reasons, because the primary objective above all at first instance is the protection of the player, which is being made by imposing restrictions to operators, as I said. But also the change of the regulator has been notorious for us also because the general directors that we used to have were technical profiles, very familiarized with the sector, with the regulation, regulators that used to leave out the topics coming from the public knowledge, not taking things for granted. Things are different now. Our general director now is more a political profile. So when he was appointed in May 2020, he set as one of his immediate challenges the approval of the regulation on online gambling. And 6 months later, it was approved, and on online gambling advertising. And the thing is that this regulation had a very long regulatory process and has undergone different versions. It all was initiated in 2015 with a restrictive approach, a draft that was subject to public consultation, but in 2017, we had a second version that was circulated by the DGOJ under a different ministry and under a different government. That version was well balanced, proportional, in my opinion. It was appropriate to seek the alleged purpose in line with the principles of social responsibility and responsible gambling. But suddenly, a few years later, due to the movements from populists, from leftist political parties, social pressure, domino effect, we started to talk in Spain also about a potential ban on gambling advertising. And in fact, the Minister of Consumer Affairs, before being appointed as such in January 2020, announced his intention to end up with gambling advertising. So when he was already appointed and the DGOJ moved to the umbrella of the Minister of Consumer Affairs, the DGOJ under the umbrella of Minister of Consumer Affairs circulated a new version that was totally different to the one that we had from 2017, much more restrictive, but even though less restrictive than the one that we have finally in place. Even though this new version was not well received by the extreme leftist Podemos. And so our new general director was appointed a few months later in May, who circulated 3 more versions, each more and more restrictive. And at the end, in November 2020, the regulation has been approved with the restrictions as well, no sponsorship on sports equipment, t-shirts, TV, radio advertising, and advertising on video sharing platforms. It's restricted from 1 to 5 a.m. No welcome bonuses, no any type of promotional activity addressed to attract new customers. I mean, internet advertising is almost prohibited unless a few exceptions, as it is advertising on affiliates or in a specific section within a website dedicated to provide information on sports. Land-based advertising is also very much restricted. Also requirements for advertising on social networks. I mean, the scenario is not the best one. And yeah. This regulation has actually been challenged by high presence associations in Spain, agents with high economic and political power, as it is the Information Media Association, the Association of Online Gambling, and by the Football League. So this is all in hands now of the Supreme Court. Of course, things are complicated under the same government, under the same government and political scenario, but well, we still need to stay positive and optimistic, right? And
okay, when I hear this long range of restrictions, I can't help putting it maybe on a meta level for a moment, and maybe introduce a thought that I've had for many years. Each restriction or each regulation, a piece of regulation that you observe, should in a way relate logically to a public policy goal. So of all the restrictions you mentioned, I'm not sure which exact public policy goal they are supposed to pursue, first of all, and then in the sense of proportionality, whether they are suitable to actually achieve the goal and whether they are necessary to achieve the goal, right? So for instance, when it becomes difficult for licensed operators to attract customers in the licensed market, non-licensed operators might be actually very glad about this development, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Well, yes, an excessive regulation, excessive restrictions like these do nothing but lead to illegal gambling. I mean, also the DGOJ is planning to approve a new regulation on responsible gambling, in addition to all what we have, because the decree on gambling advertising does already include new provisions, new requirements in terms of responsible gambling. So in addition to all that, I mean, a product with such excessive restrictions, which in addition cannot be even advertised, and the operator cannot even use formulas to attract new customers, with obviously with necessary limits and restrictions that of course necessary to protect minors and public interest, but no such a strict regulation with almost no room, no possibilities for an activity absolutely essential for the online gaming industry.
There's one protection subject that is often forgotten, which are the regulated licensees.
Absolutely.
And I would argue they are also entitled to receive some protection, because after all, they are abiding to many rules in the market. They are paying gaming taxes. They are producing jobs as well, and they are offering services to consumers that consumers apparently are demanding. And this is in stark contrast, of course, to everybody else who is not licensed and who is not subject to these obligations.
Yes, absolutely. And in fact, what we see in Spain, due to this protection and overprotection that we have of the customer or the player in Spain, in our opinion, the new regulatory challenges should not only focus on how to protect the player, but also the operator precisely from fraudulent players. At the firm, we see a spectacular growth of this profile players that use sophisticated technical systems, bots, to cheat the operator system, and the operator proceeds then with blocking or limiting the customer's account. And due to this overprotection, the player goes directly, sues the operator due to the lack of knowledge, experience of our courts, due to the lack of specific regulation of support to the operator in this regard, and this overprotection, the success of this fraudulent player against the operator is almost guaranteed, with very significant, huge damage to the operator.
Exactly, and then again, of course, such developments also damage the credibility of the regulatory framework and the attractiveness of actually getting licensed, actually submitting yourself as a company to licensing requirements and compliance requirements. Thank you very much, Alla. I think another theme that we have identified in pre-discussing this panel, apart from advertisement, are loot boxes. We will only briefly touch on it. So in that sense, I'd just like to make a brief round around and start with Mora. Of course, I do realize that the regulator is only forthcoming, and so is the regulation in Ireland. But can you just give us a brief touch on the status of loot boxes in Ireland, and where do you foresee it to be a big topic?
Well, as you might expect with our out-of-date legislation, it's not currently referred to in our legislation. It's come up a number of times, I suppose, in discussions around the reform of gambling legislation, but it's certainly one of the policy issues that government hasn't really talked about or given any indication as to how they're going to go on loot boxes. The Irish government was a signatory to the declaration that was signed by European regulators in 2018, just expressing their concerns about the blurring of the lines between gaming and gambling. So it's certainly on the radar but as yet it's a policy decision that we don't have any indication as to how they're going to go. But I guess if the general scheme is published in the next 3 months or so, that'll give us the first indication as to how the government intends to go on loot boxes. I think we should get enough of that from the heads of the bill to be able to understand how they intend to deal with that.
Okay, thank you very much. Cosmina, what's the status in Romania?
Romania does not seem to be preoccupied with loot boxes today. Leaving the joke aside, generally speaking, we tend to be followers, not promoters of in this field. Even the gambling legislation was, the result of intense lobbying and the efforts made by the regulator and its team at the time, back in 2014. Other than that, the legislation today clearly defines what gambling means in the same lines as everywhere else in Europe, and the main elements are, the stakes and the random element and the win, topped by a public offer. Where either of these elements is missing, then we are not in the phase of gambling. Hence, that is not something which is regulated or comes under the need to have a license from the Romanian state and pay taxes to the Romanian state. Then again, I wouldn't say that anyone and everyone should be, any operator should be at liberty to do whatever they want. I'm pretty sure that we discuss loot boxes in the same sentence with skin games, and then there is a very fine line between unregulated gaming and gambling activities, and I'm sure that the Romanian regulator in the face of this would be extremely harsh.
Yes, indeed. I think this topic will continue to stay with us because over the years I've noticed a gamification of the gambling sector on the one hand and the gamblification of the gaming sector on the other. And I believe the larger context is that the newer generation simply enjoys these hybrid forms of games and not just, let's say, the more old school, classy, for instance, gambling games such as roulette. And innovation has been going in that direction, but of course leads to a gray zone that is delicate legally and regulatory wise speaking. Thank you very much for the overview. Let's do another round with a couple of more questions from your jurisdictions. And if I understand correctly, to stay with you, Cosmina, in Romania, you can share with us an update on AML laws.
AML in Romania in the gaming sector is a sore point, let's say, between the AML office and the gambling office, who seem to alternate views on the subject. Particularly when it comes to the application of the Romanian legislation and respectively reporting obligations to online operators who generally function in Romania under a Romanian license, but on a foreign vehicle incorporated in another EU jurisdiction, such as the likes of Malta. Where the Romanian FIU maintains the opinion that the Romanian obligations do not apply to such operators, and they should be compliant under the legislation where they are incorporated, where, for example, the Maltese authorities consider that such obligations in terms of the operations towards Romania and Romanian players should be falling under the Romanian legislation, and that creates, an unregulated activity, whereby clearly at the EU level, under the EU directive, that was definitely not the intention, and that creates a huge flaw, which we are trying to solve. I think today's views of the FIUs are changing, but in the past couple of years, ever since we have implemented the 4th directive and now we are under the 5th, the opinions have varied so much that I wouldn't know what to tell you, what would be the outcome of this.
Yes, the AML is another compliance topic that will follow us for sure. You've mentioned the 5th directive, while we are already in the process of implementing the 6th directive that was by the European Union. And I don't expect AML burdens to become any lighter. And indeed, the institutional issues you mentioned, they may not be just unique to Romania. You have on the one hand the gaming regulators, on the other hand financial intelligence units, competent for submitting or to be where the suspicious activity reports have to be submitted. These two institutions often have to coordinate and find their roles. And I believe it was last year when in Germany, the offices of the financial intelligence unit were actually raided by public prosecutors. So we have yet another institution that may feel very competent in stepping in. So indeed, another topic that will pursue us. Then coming back to Maura, if you allow me the question, we've heard about the Republic of Ireland, but to the north of the Republic, there's also Northern Ireland, which interestingly enough does not fall under the UK Gaming Act, but has actually its own rules. And we've recently heard that they are considering overhauling their legislation. Maybe you can give us a very brief update on that.
Yeah, certainly. Obviously, Northern Ireland is a separate jurisdiction to the Republic of Ireland, and it has its own separate laws. But just very briefly to say that they're currently still operating under legislation dating from 1985 as well, and quite a restrictive regime up there. There was consultation in 2019, which just sought the views from stakeholders as to what they would like to see in updated regulation. So now they're looking at, starting on, I suppose, a program of reform of that legislation. So my understanding is that there'll be some initial changes to the legislation that will, I suppose, deal with issues that they feel need to be addressed immediately, such as further protections for underage persons and also some changes to the opening hours. But the program for reform for the overhaul of the legislation completely is obviously a longer term plan and will take some time, I think, before we see any changes to the legislation, any meaningful changes to the legislation in Northern Ireland.
Okay, thank you. Still interesting to note that Northern Ireland does not fall under the scope of the UK Gambling Act, right? So even though being part of the UK, they have their own gaming laws indeed. I've been looking around for questions from our audience and haven't gotten any yet to this point. There is an interesting message that everybody is invited to take note of, but if you don't have express questions at this point in time, I'd like to then move on again to Alla in Spain, and coming back to the issue of regulation, I'd be interested maybe to hear from your side, Alla. You have mentioned advertisement that in your view is going not in a sound direction. would you then, on the other hand, also see aspects that continue to be really well regulated in Spain, just because of a sound and good regulatory framework that is soon reaching, I believe it's 10 years, right, when it was originally drafted. So maybe you could point out to a couple of key factors that you find successful and still in place, on the other hand.
Yes, like for example, not everything is bad. We are in our 10 years anniversary, and that means that those operators that applied for a license and got the license back in 2011, 2012 are now renewing their licenses for 10 more years. So we are now in the period of doing so. So that's something nice that is happening. But yeah, we need and we expect a change. And in fact, there were rumors, and these rumors were already published last week in news and in press. Apparently, there's a crisis government right now, crisis in the ministries. So according to the news, the departure of our Minister of Consumer Affairs and a remodelation of the ministries is something imminent to happen. So if this happens, we don't know what's going to be the new direction, because maybe we continue under the umbrella of the Ministry of Consumer Affairs. Maybe we are moved back under the Ministry of Finance. So there might be positive changes, and I really believe that we need a change, because we are going on a direction where, as I previously said, the legal system is totally inclined towards the player protection by imposing restrictions and more restrictions to operators. So there are ongoing regulatory developments. Also, for example, the draft law on prevention and fight against tax fraud. And this regulation intends to amend our Gambling Act. But the main point that I would highlight from those amendments is that sanctions imposed by the DGJ are going to be made public in Spain also, and so far this was no public information. So this is going to have also an important impact for the industry, especially because of the formula that we have in the sanctioning regime of 2 serious sanctions imposed in a period of 2 years become a very serious one, a third additional one. So if the information is public, this formula will be applied more strictly. And yes, as I said, regulation of responsible gambling, we'll see, but we need a change. Now, at least the appeal of the regulation on gambling advertising is in hands of the Supreme Court. Things are difficult, but we still want to believe and hope that we will have an adequate, proportional, consistent regulation.
Yes, and it would
fingers crossed.
It would to be hoped also that the aspects of European Union law, internal market law, would be relevant for the Supreme Court to consider in its considerations and judgment, right? Maybe one more thought, Ala. You have had special tax regimes in Ceuta, right? The territories of integral territories of Spain, where I believe VAT tax was lowered. Is that still in place in Spain?
Yes, absolutely. So it is the gambling tax, especially the main point, because the gambling tax in Spain is of 20% on GGR. And this is applicable to all licensees in Spain, to those that are based in Spain or to those that are based in other countries from the European Economic Area. So the tax is 20% on GGR. However, we have these 2 friendly gambling jurisdictions, Ceuta and Melilla, in the north of Africa, but it's still Spain. And those companies that are based in Ceuta and Melilla pay a 10% on GGR for the gambling taxes. So it's a significant difference and a significantly attractive regime. this is still in place.
And
Then there are,
this stays in place, yeah.
yes, yes. Then there are other benefits for the corporate tax, the VAT, as you said, which is a special regime there as well. But the main difference in terms of taxes for us is the gambling tax.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Maybe briefly coming back to Romania, Cosmina. I do understand that it has become more difficult to opening bank accounts in Romania too. What are the practical difficulties there?
Probably similar to other European markets. In order to hold a license, a gambling license in Romania, even if you are a foreign company, you need to have a bank account open with a Romanian bank. And in order to deposit, to keep the players' deposits as a protection for the players ultimately, and the state to enable the state to control that. Of course, the banks have always been placing the gambling sector into the risk sector. And that is something that we have all adjusted to. It's to do with the IML regulation, and gambling is placed in the risk sector. So are lawyer services from that perspective as well. So, but the big difference is that lawyers do not have a problem opening bank accounts, but the gambling sector has an increasing problem in that respect, where it was difficult back in 2015, similarly difficult in 2016, starting with 2017, it became increasingly difficult. And today, there are just a handful of banks who are even willing to initiate discussions for opening a bank account to the industry, and just a couple probably who finalize the process. Even more so, leaving aside the fact that they are reluctant to open new bank accounts and initiate new business relationships, they started closing down bank accounts for existing operators on the market. And that means that that operation would need to cease ultimately if they do not find another bank willing to open bank accounts, because the requirements under the legislation to hold a license are no longer met. This is a big issue for the market. It's an entry barrier, I would say, nowadays.
I believe one distinction that needs to be remembered in this context, and of course, what you have been saying does not only apply to Romania, it's the distinction between the legality and bank policies, right? So, of course, it would be perfectly legal to open accounts with gaming operators or gaming B2Bs in Romania too, right? After all, it's a regulated industry, licensed industry as well. So, in principle, these are the legal activity, but the distinctions we see between the banks with varying policies internally, and I've seen them as well. They reach from we don't take customers from that sector at all, or we are very reluctant to take them, towards a few, usually in the market, who seem to have less fears about that sector just because they feel comfortable and competent enough to assess the risks and to deal with these risks.
We had received, various answers to do with, the new IML directive is more strict, and in order for us to comply with its requirements, we need to have more sophisticated technical software in place, which we don't, and we would not invest into it. These are, behind the scenes answers. Another answer would be that the bank is too high up, and it has, as banks do, have their own system of crediting and loaning from public banks, and so so on and so forth, and that working with the industry would fail their risk assessment in their own crediting process, and so on and so forth. So it varies from one bank to the other. The problem is that the official answer that you get is you failed the compliance test without actually mentioning what exactly was wrong, which means that it impeds you to take any legal action. And
that is why whenever possible, a direct sound communication with the bank can help. And I think this is where we as domestic legal counsels can come in and serve as counsels, also kind of doing a pre-test, a pre-filtering, so to say, build a relationship with banks. That's what we have been doing as well, and it can greatly help foreign clients indeed. So thank you very much. I've been looking around again for questions, whether there were any questions from the audience, and of course I'm strongly inviting again, but I've helped to substitute with these questions and additional questions, I would hope. And in that sense, I would like to thank everybody on the panel. Thank you so much, Ala, Cosmina, and Mora, for joining me today. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much. And thanks a lot for all the valuable updates from your jurisdictions. And I believe up next is a panel full with more friends and colleagues that I see represented on responsiblegaming.21. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, there are no questions for this panel because it was a very honest discussion. There were no sideways talks. I really enjoyed it. And once again, we would like to mention this because we need to congratulate ourselves that this is the first conference that has women speakers in majority, which is not seen very often in the industry. Okay, so we move on to the next panel discussion, which focuses on responsible gaming, and it's moderated by Charmaine Hogan, Head of Regulatory Affairs at Playtech. Charmaine, are you here?
I am here, Zoltan.
Hi, nice to see you. I will leave you to it. All the panelists are already live, so you can get started.
Thank you. Thank you, Zoltan, and thank you everyone for being here. As Simon has kindly introduced us, it's Responsible Gambling 21, and certainly there's a lot that can be discussed on responsible gambling. With my lovely panel, my experts, we are going to focus on the topic of preventing gambling-related harm, including financial harm. So with me this morning, I have Maris Catania from Kindred. I have Rasmus Kiergaard, if I pronounce that properly, from Mindway, Ramin Tadilso from Gamcare, and Simo Dragicevic from Playtech Protect. Thank you very much for being here, all of you. So yeah, as I said, we want to focus on preventing gambling-related harm because it is a topic much in discussion across many markets, not only at European level, but also globally. And at the same time, we know that it is an industry, which is an entertainment industry. It is fun for the majority, but nevertheless, there is a percentage that does experience harm, and we do have problem gamblers, and we should have methods, tools, and possibilities to use in place to make sure that all players, all consumers are protected. And indeed, I think from where we were years back to where we are now, there are much more possibilities available for better responsible gambling protection. There's also more research that is carried out, and perhaps that in itself is a topic of what is done with that research and whether that's widely shared enough. And if I start with you, Maris, going years back, just for reasons, because we had opportunities to discuss consumer protection nearly 10 years ago, I'd say. And indeed, what we see is a changing regulatory landscape across European markets. You have new laws, you have revised laws, you have what we call the mature markets, less mature, new upcoming markets. And it's fair to say that gambling is quite a complex regulatory environment. But if we stick to player protection and looking where regulations and the industry were a few years back to where we are now, or where we are heading, if you like, what are we doing? Are we doing enough to protect players? And Kindred, in this sense, has made quite a bold statement, quite a bold commitment. If you'd like to share what you are doing at Kindred to protect players, keeping in mind where we are as an industry and where we might be heading. The floor is yours, Maris.
Thank you. So I think personally, me being very annoying as a person, I would never say that we're doing enough. We always have to improve. It's a very important topic. We need to keep in mind that although the majority of people do enjoy it, for that percentage of people that don't, there's a lot of affected others as well. So for every problem gambler, you can have up to 22 people that are affected indirectly because of it. But if we had to go and look at 10 years ago, and I can't believe it's been 10 years to be fair, there has been an massive change. I remember in the beginning, the discussions would be, should we offer self-exclusion, or should this be on site, or is it enough to send a fax or an email to confirm your self-exclusion? Whereas nowadays the discussions are more mature. They're focusing more on affordability, not just on the RG tool availability, but the proactivity, how it should be. When it comes to Kindred's commitment to achieve 0% revenue from harmful gambling by 2023, I think it was quite a huge challenge. I had a few sleepless nights leading to that. And even the fact that reporting how much is coming from harmful gambling revenue is quite a bold statement. But what I've seen, which is quite good as well, is that it's a company commitment. It's not something that it has to be led by the responsible gambling team. It's something that every individual in the company now has to contribute. And it makes conversations much easier as well. If I had to compare conversations we had 10 years ago, I would have been, I don't know how many times, arguing and saying, no, we need to set a limit for this customer. Whereas nowadays, it's a consensus that we need to do this. And to get there, I would always say there are three main focus areas that I really think should be like the pediment for most companies to have an academic, a community, and a customer approach. So academic, it's more focusing on, as it says, like research. So not the ad hoc reasoning or what we think is good, but research and evaluate as much as possible. Get previous research, for example, as we have Simo here, that he published as well. So to continue and feeding on, and that is empirical based processes. When it comes to the community, although you can learn a lot internally, you will get to a point where you can't learn that much more on responsible gambling because we are the industry. And I think it's very important to highlight that we should work with stakeholders that are outside this. So the biggest training and the biggest motivation I get, for example, is by speaking with people with lived experience, speaking with affected others, speaking with treatment centers. And although it might seem a bit scary at first to initiate that contact, we have seen such great and fruitful information coming out. So, for example, getting like Epic or Gamban, getting them to the office, first explaining what they've been through, which help as well the company see it's not a customer account number, it's actually a human behind that account. But as well, understanding and opening up and saying, listen, this is what we're doing, is it good? And they can give us really good hints on how to do this. And the customer focus, obviously, it's the main thing that we need to keep in mind, but focusing on the proactivity. Because when you look into responsible gambling as a reactive approach, that is when you will start getting backlash. That is when you will start seeing responsible gambling as a deterrent to the company. Whereas when you're very proactive about it, you're actually protecting your brand and you're protecting consumers as well.
Thank you. Indeed, I can't but agree to that. And I'm glad that you mentioned research, that you mentioned empirical research, and indeed also the backlash, and whether that should be the motivator or not is is a question in itself, or should we as an industry really wanting to be and placing ourselves in a position where we are definitely responsible and not there because we have to move in that direction. And if I turn to you, Rasmus, now we've talked about the backlash, and indeed what we see is quite tighter regulations kicking in, blunt restrictions, if you like, in a number of markets, whether it's advertising bans, and the previous panel has actually discussed in detail on advertising, and we have mandatory deposit limits, stake limits, etc., etc. Largely, I suppose, in response to regulatory pressure and concerns of an increase in problem gambling. Now, whether that is evidence-based or not, that is where we are. And I suppose, in a sense, it is now, you introduce blanket restrictions to protect, definitely with the intention to protect consumers. But do you risk treating all consumers, all players, simply the same by introducing blunt restrictions? Does it matter? Why does it matter? And essentially, it leads me to my second question. What does a market need? What does it take to become more sustainable in this industry moving forward, in your view?
From my perspective and from our expertise at Mindway AI, I think a number of things can be considered and changed for the market to be more sustainable. Let me focus on 4 specific focus areas. First, change the detection of problematic gambling behavior from a very manual approach to an automated approach. It sounds a bit common sense and low practical, but it is very often the case what we meet out with operators that RG employees are using all their time producing data rather than doing something about the cases found. That's still the case many places. So I would recommend to implement a solution able to crunch the big data with operators, the big data volumes automatically. Implement a solution that is able to take the full picture of the gambling behavior into consideration. Because what if we only looked at money lost or time spent? In our opinion, none of those isolated outcomes can stand alone in determining a specific player's gambling behavior, but each of them keeps a little part of the full picture. If you're able to give an AI algorithm a very strong target, scientific-based AI solutions may be the answer. But as we know, the power of AI is very well known in terms of crunching these big data volumes. And in AI, we can absolutely utilize the ability to process the combination and dynamics between many more risk factors as we as human beings are able to see through in our Excel sheets. So we strongly believe, on the other hand, that you need a human element in building such AI solutions used for detection of at-risk and problem gambling. Data alone cannot be the answer. Data-driven approaches are not in itself the full and right approach to this, the way we see it. We believe that we have invented an approach covering all these aspects, combining human elements, state-of-the-art scientific knowledge, and AI and neuroscience with innovative and super agile software development. That's one thing where the benefits are more precise, more often, and much earlier detection made possible. The other thing I will emphasize as 4 of the focus areas would be to change the way problematic gambling behavior is detected to an individualized approach rather than a group approach, which is the most common thing we see currently. I think it's very important to not to forget and to emphasize that behind each player ID or each case detected as an at-risk or problem gambler, there's a real human being. So that's also why we see the human factor in terms of developing AI solution as crucial. We consider it as a fact that group approaches, which very commonly used now, only find the most severe cases, but not the individual gamblers showing weaker signs of at-risk behavior in very early stages. Even some signs are shown also when our solution consider gamblers to be in very low risk, but we see the development and the pattern develops over time. So a properly working individualized detection approach also copes with the very complicated task of defining the exact risk group and its thresholds. That is in itself an issue. And then again, false positives, false negatives is also very, very well known. So from my perspective, problematic gambling behavior is not generic and average. It's an individual situation for each person, the gambler. And I think it may be more meaningful to introduce an individualized approach to this, which also gives us the opportunity to do more relevant and targeted soft intervention. The third focus area, I would say, would be to operators to recommend, just like Maris said, I think, to be inspired from research, or maybe providers like us or other industrial parties with a scientific DNA to keep up the pace and to meet future requirements and requests of more and more scientific backing on responsible gambling. Of course, also other things in that, in terms of innovation, power, agility, opportunities of co-creation could be relevant to consider next time you consider how and where to invest in responsible gambling enhancements. And then I also, of course, think that it's important to keep up the innovation for all operators, of course, both large and small, and it is possible out there. Right now, I think there's a great opportunity and an open window of opportunity for all operators to do that little extra to enhance responsible gambling, to enhance the image of the industry, not only with regulators, but also externally with customers and potential customers, and internally with employees, not least younger generation XYZ.
Thank you, Rasmus. Lots of interesting points over there. I'll try to pick up on the fact of more use of AI, and we talked about upcoming European markets, and I hope we'll come back to that, and I'll come back to my colleague Simo in a while, talk more specifically about AI. But we mentioned mature markets, and as Maris mentioned, also the backlash we've seen. And I think one particular country's market is the UK. There's the ongoing review of the Gambling Act at the moment, and we've seen various measures coming in. We've seen player protection, gambling harm, very, very topical in the UK, and lots of calls for action across all France, even to treat it as a public health emergency. We've heard all sorts. But indeed, there are tools, as we said, available. And I'd like to make use of Raminta and GamCare's role over here, because GamCare is a lead provider in providing information and support to problem gamblers, and also tools. And so I'd like to invite you, Raminta, perhaps to share with us, how is the banking sector in the UK addressing gambling harms generally, and how does GamCare specifically, how is GamCare working more with the finance sector with the aim to addressing gambling harms? Thank you.
Thanks, Charmaine. Thanks for inviting me on this panel. A person affected by gambling harms would engage with many organizations and services throughout their journey as a customer. So the gambling industry isn't the only one. There are banks, debt advice organizations. So yes, and quite recently banks realized that they have a role to play, and quite a big role to play, in preventing gambling harm among their customers. So how do they do it? So many banks in the UK are now offering what they call gambling blocks, which allow customers to block gambling transactions. So back in probably 2018, some of the newer banks on the market, so banks like Monzo and Starling, they were the first one to offer gambling blocks. But by now, most of the biggest banks offer this functionality. So the way it works, you can switch off gambling transactions based on merchant category blocking. So you probably know that the international merchant category code for gambling is 7995. So this is how these blocks work. So you can either call your bank and ask them to switch that on for you, or you can do that yourself in the banking app. And I think what is really important to acknowledge is that self-exclusion schemes are really important. Blocking software is really important for someone who wants to stop, but these bank blocks, they offer an added layer of protection. So at GamCare, we always say to our clients that, you know, it's important to layer up all these different blocks and protections. I would probably add that it's a bit easier to remove a gambling block than get off the self-exclusion scheme, because with a bank, you go back into your app and you put those transactions back on. But most of the banks introduced a bit of friction. So you may have to wait 48 or 72 hours until you can gamble again. And if you're a customer of Monzo, for example, you may need to chat to their customer service teams to get that block removed. Other banks also offer like spending limits for transactions, or they allow you to freeze your card temporarily if you feel like your spending is getting out of control. So in a nutshell, we've seen a lot of innovation in the financial sector, in fintech, but what it has done, it has provided, I think, a great opportunity for banks to start engaging customers in conversations about gambling harm and gambling harm prevention. Quite a lot of banks now offer information and advice on their websites, which wasn't a case when I joined GamCare just almost 2 years ago. So we've worked with many banks to help them develop all this information. And they're also training their staff, so the staff are better equipped at helping customers in need. You asked me about how we work with banks. This is quite a new piece of work, and the project that I run is called Gambling Related Financial Harm Project, which we launched at the end of 2019. So it is a response to the fact that 7 out of 10 callers to the National Gambling Helpline, which we run at GamCare, they mention debt or financial difficulties. And as Maris said, there are so many other people that are affected as well, not just the gambler. So engaging with the sector is quite key for us, and we're doing lots of different work, which I can talk a little bit about. So last year we launched Gambling Related Financial Harm Toolkit, which is a set of resources that provide all the information for these sectors and best practices. And we've seen already quite a few organizations using this toolkit in their customer communications. So it's really great that they are utilizing this information and they are speaking with the same voice, they're sending the same message to their customers. Some banks have set up warm transfers to the National Gambling Helpline. So historically, it is a service that we offer to gambling operators, but in the past year, we've brought quite a few, some of the biggest UK banks on board. So how that works and what that means. So if you are a bank customer and you're speaking to your bank and they may identify that you are experiencing gambling harm, whether through your own gambling or your partner's gambling, for example, they can directly put you in touch and they hand over the customer to us. So the customer doesn't need to write down the number and think, should I call GamCare, should I not? Oh, I don't have time now. They're transferred onto us there and then. Another initiative happened just before COVID. So we worked with NatWest Bank, which as you may know, is one of the biggest banks here in the UK, and we offered treatment in bank branches. Unfortunately, that had to stop due to COVID, but it was a really welcomed initiative by our clients, because it provided them with a neutral space to meet a gambling treatment practitioner. So it's not like going into some kind of addiction center where you may be seen by your neighbors. You are going into a bank branch, and no one would bat an eyelid about that. And I guess more recently, we've been working with banks also to make sure that they refer customers into TalkBan Stop. So TalkBan Stop is a pilot set up by GamCare, GamBan, and GamStop. And through this pilot, anyone can get a free GamBan license by calling our helpline. So before the pilot, some banks were offering that software free to their customers, but now they don't have to. They can simply refer them to us, and we give them the license.
Thank you. There's a lot to digest over the result. I hope you're taking note, because we've already heard enough to have individual panels to go down in forthcoming events to go in more detail on all that's possible out there. And we've touched so far on innovation, the possibilities that offers, but also the more the move or the need to move to a more personalized approach, but equally the importance of the human element in all that we're talking about, whether it is vis-a-vis players, but equally within the business of and how we interact with our own teams responsible for interacting with customers, etc., etc. Simo, Rasmus has mentioned artificial intelligence and data, and indeed, I believe that this offers a huge potential for responsible gambling, and dare I say, kind of a new generation of responsible gambling tools is unfolding. Not necessarily unique to gambling. We see the use of artificial intelligence definitely mentioned, and possibly having an impact in other sectors. But what is it that we are exactly talking about when we're talking about use artificial intelligence and data? And yes, we're using it, and yes, it can be used or is being used to prevent problem gambling. It's one question. I suppose the second leading question is, what are the risks and opportunities of this? Not all of us might understand or grasp enough what it is we're saying. It's data, it's player data, but what are we doing and how will it help us moving forward? Simo, please.
Hi, Charmaine, and yeah, great to be here. Thanks for the invitation, and lovely to see the panelists as well. Really, just before I start, really cool to hear about these very ambitious commitments. Zero revenue from problem gamblers and all of the collaborative stuff that's going on. Fantastic, really, really, really good to hear, and hopefully we'll have a chance to talk about that more. But on to the AI. I won't repeat what Rasmus said earlier. I think some of the benefits of AI, I think, are quite clear to a lot of people. It's not a new technology. It's been around for a while, but you do talk about the sort of risks and opportunities, Charmaine, and I think it's probably worth just dwelling on that a little bit. We know that AI can perform certain tasks well, better than humans, but it's really, we need to also put it in the context of responsible gambling and the industry, and it is one approach. Just like, as we know, self-exclusion can be incredibly effective if used well, if you use central self-exclusion schemes, if you use GamBan, etc. That can play its part, but that on its own, you wouldn't rely just on self-exclusion to solve the RG issues in the industry, and the same applies with AI as well. It has its place, and this really comes down to how it's developed and how it's used. So if you use good methodologies, if you have good data, if you understand the blind spots, the pros and cons of AI, then it can really make a big difference. But if you rely on it heavily, especially from an automation perspective, and but you don't take into account some of the risks associated with it, then this actually could also risk your business as well. So just using, for the industry to say we are using AI to detect risky patterns is not enough. It needs to be developed well. It needs to be integrated with the supporting processes. It's really key, this integration piece, that you don't just rely on one system to do everything, that it can share information and data with other systems, and there's a loop that you can feed back, and that it's transparent, and all these other things that we know are important. And if you sort of think about that trend of ethical, responsible AI, yes, the use of AI to prevent harm is a really good use of AI and should be encouraged. But there is a shift in the optics of the regulators, not just are you doing it for good, but are you deploying it in a responsible way as well. And if you think about the EU's, I guess, taking the lead on the regulation of AI, they've released their draft regulations on regulating AI, and it's quite interesting kind of what's in there, especially the focus on when AI is relied for product safety. And obviously there are other use cases where the AI plays a more important role, such as in, for example, autonomous vehicles. But it may be the case as well that if you're relying on AI for player safety and gambling in the future, that there'll be some stringent requirements on how you develop it and how you deploy it. And I guess at Playtech, we're thinking about this quite deeply. And one of our latest research papers, which we're hoping will be published next month, will be a very in-depth look at accountability in AI. So just looking at some of the scandals around accountability in AI, not just broadly across the globe, but then focusing what are those industry-specific principles and practices that we can adopt in the gambling industry that can help us not just use AI for good, but also use it in the best way possible. So it's a really interesting space, and I think that there will be more regulatory focus and optics on what operators are doing going forwards. So accountability, transparency, even third-party accreditation from qualified third-party accreditation, not just putting a badge saying somebody's looked at it, but somebody actually who really understands what AI is and what the risks and blind spots are. It's a hugely complex area when you start getting into, is the AI potentially biased based on the historical data that was used to train it. Trying to unravel that is no mean feat. So this will get more interest, but I think really to summarize, we should encourage the industry to look at these technologies. They are, and a lot of medium and large operators are all deploying various forms of it. But we need to sort of improve how we use it and share, and all of the stuff that we talked about, collaboration, that really needs to sort of keep increasing as well. So yeah, there are some thoughts, Charmaine, on that from me.
Thank you. Plenty of thoughts, and one immediate one that comes to my mind is, we wonder whether eventually we'll move to seeing a kind of standard or code of practice, if you like, very specific for the industry around AI, moving forward from the discussions at a European level, where on the use of AI, on ethics, on transparency, where gambling will not necessarily be one of their top focus in that area. But just if we stick to what we've been saying about the restrictions, but new markets and more robust responsible gambling obligations kicking in and outlined in regulations, perhaps moving, I don't know, from more of a risk-based approach to more rules-based approach. Is that where we seem to be heading? And if you think of two particular markets relevant right now, it's Germany and the Netherlands at the European level, if you like, where we have the upcoming markets for all intents and purposes. And Rasmus, how do you see the future of responsible gambling in these markets? I use the word robust RG, and indeed, if you look at the regulations, I think we can call them robust.
Yeah, and I fully agree, and also I also very much agree in what Simo just said in terms of the AI needs to be developed in the right way, and also, let's say, be based on the right things. AI is very complex and can be a lot of things, and AI and RG is a specific area in itself. So I also think that it's important that we have the right foundation in terms of developing that That is also what we are doing and focusing 100% on as a scientific-based focus on AI in RG. And seen from this perspective, I think that you can draw very clear parallels from German and Dutch regulation, which is obviously very hot currently, but to other well-known regulated markets such as Denmark and Sweden. As we are a Danish company, we have worked with the Danish regulation for several years with our Danish clients, and we also lately enforced our regulatory focus on electing Birgitte Sand, former Director General of the Danish Gambling Authority, to our board of directors. So what we see is to meet the future regulation regarding detection and monitoring player behavior based on AI as an opportunity. The operator's obligations in terms of detect and intervening the problems found is even more crucial, I think. And operators tend to emphasize that this detection and intervention is done earlier and earlier and more effective all the time. So this is also something we have more or less currently on a daily basis have getting confirmed by a number of different parties, both in Germany and the Netherlands. And what an operator may wish for in such a solution is exactly what I talked about before in terms of the individualized approach, a solution based on a state of the art scientific knowledge, but also experience from responsible clinical work. So taking both the science and the practical work into the solution to be working properly, together with the human aspect I also mentioned earlier. So that is what we have invented and represent in this concept we call a virtual psychologist for each operator. And this is based on these principles I mentioned. And this gives us the opportunity to do more precise and automated profiling. But I also fully agree with Simo, you cannot only rely on automation, but you can utilize from automation if you are founding this on the right foundation. And you can use the strengths of AI in terms of doing such profiling, both on the overall customer database level and the individual level. We get, and that's much more important, the opportunity to detect very early signs of changes to a more risky gambling behavior. And this early detection gives us the opportunity to do much earlier and much more focused soft intervention, typically automated. Again, utilize the automation, not rely on it heavily in a non or generic way. Sorry. And soon we'll also be able to look into the future. So of course we also want to try to help operators to predict how will a customer profile look like in, for instance, 2, 4, 8 weeks from now. And to our understanding, this approach, we asked GLI to test and validate our approach here, and this is to our understanding one of the first times such type of approach or system, you may say, has been tested and validated to our understanding. So that's how we see the parallels and the responsible gambling obligations also emerge on the new markets in Germany and the Netherlands.
Thank you for that. Marius, we've mentioned we've heard from Rasmus, Germany, Netherlands, but equally Sweden is going, ongoing market inquiries and consultations around the duty of care, around responsible gambling, player protection, preventing harm, and what have you. There is ultimately also a bit of a conflict of interest, if you like, in what we can do. And we talked about regulations being perhaps prescriptive, but also should it be the industry that takes a more forward-looking approach? How do you see this unfolding, responsible gambling in markets in Europe, where perhaps there's less of an immediate focus on responsible gambling, or even beyond Europe? But should the industry, or is the industry being passive in your view, or should it be passive, or should it be more reactive, staying ahead of the curve in a way? As I said, there is an inherent conflict of interest in what and where we're going, or is there? Or is it more like, listen, let's take a long-term view of where we want to be eventually? Do you have any views on that?
I have a lot of views on everything. But I think if I had to look into Sweden, one of the things that worried me was the approach when there was the blanket limits. Blanket limits for me is, and I'm speaking more from a responsible gambling rather than a business perspective. So having a limit right now for casino, 5,000 krona per week, I think that can be sending quite a bad message, because that's equivalent to around 600 euro a week. That's massive. As well, the fact that they sometimes focus more on casino rather than other products. Are we saying then that the other products are safer? And I think that is quite good when we see, for example, in the Netherlands, they have been focusing a bit more on risk analysis. But what worries me, and maybe it's unpopular opinion, is that sometimes regulators will give a lot of requirements, but they're not as easy to implement because they're not always that clear. So you would have requirements, protect vulnerable players. But if I had to ask every person here what is a vulnerable player, I would get a different answer every time. So most of the time you get the feedback after you get a fine. So you should have done this, you should have done this. But why not try to use that information before, try to prevent? When it comes to the revenue part, when it comes to the conflict of interest, I think if you look into long term, there is no conflict of interest. If we look at customers, for example, that have now confirmed that they were problematic gamblers, and if we had done nothing about them, there is so much repercussion going on. And we also see through research that, you know, people who are closer to the problematic phase because of psychological strain, they tend to call customer service more. They will burn out our employees. There's blackmail involved. There's abusive communication. We all know, for example, if you have someone going mad on Twitter or on LinkedIn, the impact that it will have. So potentially we might not be saying that, you know, from a revenue perspective, this is directly impacting us, but there are so many indirect costs. And as an industry, I can't put the industry in one bracket, in my opinion, because we're so versatile. You have some operators that are still, I think, stuck in 2012. And you have some operators that are thinking ahead. So, and this is bad, because if you have an operator who still thinks that RG is a matter which is just, you know, superficial lip service, it will screw us all in the end. Because once you have someone who's not really that committed, that's when the regulators then will approach more blanket approaches. And again, as mentioned, it might have an impact on business, but it will really have an impact on people. And echoing to what Simo said and to what Rasmus said as well, is that if you focus more on AI, if you focus more on proactivity, you can try and help someone before they lose that amount of money, instead of saying we have a blanket limit and it's okay.
Okay. Definitely. I mean, yes, we've said, and we've talked, I think, even in the past and in various forums, all of us have had opportunities to talk about, you know, where is it we're going? Is it a mea culpa? Is it the behavior of the industry when they enter a market? And there you end up grouping the industry in reality, because that's what the regulator sees, that's what politicians see, and that's what public opinion then ultimately goes for. Despite, I should say, the more proactive behavior of a number of the industry out there and trying to be more responsible, and definitely doing more to be more responsible. I think it's quite interesting what you said about not necessarily a conflict of interest, because you're looking really going forward. That's an interesting point. And Simo, feel free to pick up on any of the points that Rasmus and Maris just mentioned, because there is a lot out there. But actually, what I wanted to bring it down to is another element that you mentioned, which is research. And we talk about evidence and evidence-based policy, and many of us do go to markets when they're newly opening or trying to come up with more robust, I'm going to say robust restrictions. It's a bit of a weird word, but to do more to protect players and ultimately not necessarily achieving that, even though that's not the intention. Now, is there a risk that we overplay the research argument and the evidence-based policy argument as an industry? And why? Could it be that we don't share enough our findings? Perhaps we shy away from being more proactive on that front, or we don't do enough as an industry together. In the UK, there has been sort of more collaboration, but if you like, it's because of where the regulations have been going, where we've had to collaborate, if you like. And should that be the case?
Thanks, Charmaine. Just on the other points, I mean, the use of AI, the personalized approach, interesting views on the limits in Sweden from Maris as well. I think that's the way to go forward, but the problem is it's hard to do well. Conceptually and everything points towards this being the right way. There's no coincidence that the most valuable tech companies in the world are based on data and personalization, the Googles, the Amazons, the Facebooks, etc. So it absolutely makes sense that we are individuals, and personalizing the RG experience makes sense rather than, and the limit is interesting because our own research suggests people tend to spend most of the limit when it's set. So if there is some reason why, the regulators say this is a good limit or a sensible limit to put, and you set it at that, you're likely to spend more of that limit than less. So it's an interesting point. But just on research, I mean, it's a good question because we're preparing for our advisory panel. So Playtech has a sort of external advisory panel, sort of advising on our sort of sustainable success and wider CSR strategy. And we're just looking at the pack for that, and we're doing some comparisons with other sectors on research. And I know everyone hates putting gambling with some of the other sectors like alcohol and tobacco, but just bear with me. I'm not comparing gambling with tobacco; they're very different. But there's a reason why British American Tobacco spends so much on research. But they have over 1,500 dedicated scientists and engineers looking at research. They publish, tens and tens, if not over hundreds of peer-reviewed papers every year. We as an industry in the gambling industry are really just scratching the surface, and we really don't do this very well at all. Even our efforts, if you think about the suppliers in the industry, I think Playtech are probably up there in terms of trying to push a research agenda, but it's really not enough. I know, the other operators as well, like Kindred and others, I can mention, and Tane, etc., are investing in research. And actually, Kindred themselves, funded a PhD student, which I supervise. So there is stuff going on, but it's not done very systematically as a whole. It's not done at the scale it should be done at. And it's probably not done in a transparent enough manner as well. I think academics are a little bit nervous about working with us because we still want to have some say in the outcomes. We still want to control whether it's the data. We still want to have some views. So coming up with models to allow this collaboration to work more seamlessly, the interface with academics and industry and other stakeholders, I think is needed. Industry really needs to do more of it, but in a more systematic way, is my feeling on this. And we've also talked about evaluation on this call. It's such a we don't know how, we know bits of information, but we invest so much. Maris has said, from a decade ago, we've invested so much as an industry in so many RG aspects. It's unrecognizable from when I founded BetBuddy over a decade ago. But still, we're not putting the effort into evaluating how effective all this investment is. So I feel we're not doing enough, really not, and we need to be much more strategic, systematic, collaborative, all the things that I think the panelists agree on this one.
Thank you. Maris, earlier when I was asking you about do you have views, you told me you have views about everything. And right now I'm like, yes, I have so much to say myself, but I'm moderating the panel. We've said a lot and really many interesting threads could be picked up on for individual topics. I'm conscious of the time, and I've also been looking at the chat, and I've seen no questions coming in. So I want to go back to Raminta for a while, because we've talked a lot about AI and problem gambling and what we're doing and what can be done. But I think what GamCare is doing is also quite interesting in itself, and there's a lot that GamCare is doing. We're just focusing with Raminta on one aspect in reality. And just sticking to gambling block loopholes, GamCare has recently held, or relatively recently, held a workshop specifically on this. And because we've mentioned the UK a number of times now, and all that's going on in the UK to protect, with the aim to protect players and to prevent problem gambling. Perhaps you could share some more insights specifically about the workshop, and perhaps any outcome or possible initiatives. And I equally, of course, invite the panelists if they have any specific views or anything to add to this particular point. Raminta, if you'd like to share.
Yeah, sure. So in March, we set up a workshop where we invited banks, fintechs, the debt sector, gambling support sector, so different industries to really look at those gambling blocks, which I talked about a lot before, but also how consumers manage to bypass them and get around them. So we've been hearing from our clients, and banks have been telling us that people put the blocks on, it kind of stops all the 7995 transactions. But there are so many different ways to pay for gambling these days that I think we've been surprised to find out you can pay now with open banking initiated payments, things like, you know, Klarna and Trustly, but also you can, I mean, PayPal and Skrill and all the e-wallets, they're not new, but they still allow those transactions to go through despite you having the block, just because that e-wallet provider doesn't pass on all the transactional information to the bank. So open banking, facilitated payments, and e-wallets were some of the issues that have been flagged. But another key area that we discussed during this workshop was when operators use incorrect merchant category codes to classify their business. So some of the banks have shared with us some transactional data. So one of the customers contacted a bank and said, look, these transactions are gambling. Why they were not blocked? Even on, you know, credit cards, now banks block credit card gambling, but also for debit cards, when the consumer is using a gambling block, why those transactions are going through. And it turns out that the merchants, so the operators, are using a completely different merchant category. Some of them relate to electronics, professional services, so nothing to do with gambling. So we would like to see more operators, particularly international operators, that UK consumers may be able to access using correct merchant category codes. So when the person excludes themselves from gambling, they then cannot make those transactions. But also we would like to see e-wallet providers maybe setting up their own blocks. So we called for e-wallet providers to give the same protections as other UK banks do.
Thank you. I'm looking at the time, and I really have many more questions to go through. But perhaps if we say to wrap up, and from my point of view, at least, we talked about research and more evidence-based. We talked about collaboration, but collaboration with whom? Just between the industry? Are we talking about roping in regulatory authorities, academia, healthcare professionals, the public health angle? in a number of markets is important, and to the topic is definitely important. If I give you 2 minutes each and I ask you to just wrap up with any views from your end, anything you want to say around responsible gambling and protecting players, or picking up from what we've discussed throughout this panel. Can I start with you, perhaps, Maris? Because I started with you first. I'm going to start with you now. Thank you.
I think to sum up, especially to what Raminta was saying, is that we're highlighting here that it's not just the industry, and we should focus on effectiveness and evaluation all the time. And if we have to work a bit more together, not just regulator and the industry, but treatment centers, bank providers, payments, everyone together, we might get to the bottom of it. But otherwise, I think if we work in silos, there's no chance.
Definitely. Rasmus, if I can kindly ask you to give your 2 minutes view.
Yeah, of course. Let me pick up on what Simo just said in the last answer related to research. I think that it's also important to emphasize that even though it's difficult, you shouldn't let's say abstain from trying to do the very best. And actually, that's somewhat is also what we have done in terms of taking research and practical clinical work into concrete solutions and offering. And I also think that some of the reason why the industry has the difficulties in terms of research is that besides the investments, which I fully agree, and we are fully aligned on that, Simo and I, on a day-to-day operational level, it's potentially quite difficult for operators to, let's say, get access to researchers. And of course, that's also something to consider in that regard.
Thank you, Rasmus. Simo?
Yeah, no, just building on that, and it's not another pitch, but we do have another paper. I want to just sort of put it out there. It's called Safer by Design, which is being accepted in the Journal of Gambling Issues. So it should be available freely to everyone, very shortly. But it was written with a couple of really talented academics, Paul Del Fabro, Jonathan Park, and we do try to unpick how to do a whole systems approach to regulating product safety. We haven't really talked about that much, but the principles apply to all aspects of responsible gambling. And there's stakeholder mapping, and there are some really good ideas there. And just that it's a hugely complex environment, and will require a lot of concerted effort over many years to try and break down these silos. But yeah, we are trying. There's some good thinking out there, and I think we're on the right path, but it's going to take a while. That's not supposed to be negative, but just to sort of outline the complexity of the situation. But it's the way forward, this more transparent and collaborative approach across all stakeholders.
Thank you very much. Raminta, anything else you'd like to add or share, not necessarily only on the gambling block loopholes, but anything else that GamCare is doing?
Yeah, sure. So I'll move away from my work with banks, and I would like to put a spotlight on a project that my colleagues have been working on with a charity called Samaritans, which is a suicide prevention charity. And we have developed a training pack for operators so they can train their staff about dealing with customers that may present with suicidal thoughts. So I would really encourage all operators to consider that.
Thank you.
Sorry to end on such a sad note, but I think it's a really important.
No, I think we need to talk about what is it that can be done and is being done, what are the possibilities, and we have to not shy away from all that needs to be talked about, in my view. I think we've been very good in terms of time. Zoltan, as you like to say, it's a wrap. I genuinely thank all of you panelists for sharing your insights. And I said to Zoltan, there's a lot that we can take forward and that can be discussed. And I thank all the participants also for listening in. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Yes,
thank you, everyone.
I've taken note of everything, and we will definitely include it in the Q3 meetup, and most probably for the Hipter Festival in the autumn, which lasts for a week. So there will be lots of time to discuss everything. Thank you, Charmaine. Thank you, guys. This has been really refreshing. Not often responsible gaming panel discussions are refreshing, but this time it was. Thank you. So we move forward now to a jurisdiction, a region which has been often recently discussed. It's the Nordics. This panel discussion is actually supposed to be hosted during the Mare Balticum. However, due to some delays, we moved it to the quarterly meetup. But we have a special moderator for it for the first time at our conferences. He has been a speaker for many times, but not as a moderator. So Gustav, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, Sultan. Great to be here.
Nice to see you again. And it's the first time you are moderating at one of our conferences.
Yeah, I'm super nervous, but with some assistance from you, I'm sure I will be able to cope with it.
Don't worry about it. Okay, so I will leave you to it.
Thanks a lot, Sultan. And I will, of course, not do this alone. I have some great friends invited from other jurisdictions in the Nordics. I myself, I send now from the city of Uppsala in Sweden, and we have also invited friends from Finland, Denmark, and Norway. So why don't we welcome them as well? Rolf Sims from Norway, do we have you with us?
Yes, I'm online, Gustav. Good morning.
Good morning. And what about Minna Ripatti from Finland? Are you joining us as well?
Yes, I'm also here.
Wonderful. And last but not least, Morten Rönde from Copenhagen, Denmark. Are you with us? Morten, you are never late, Morten, so something horrible must have happened.
I'm not late, but my microphone was muted. I hope you can hear me now.
I can hear you perfectly, thank you. Right, so we shall focus on the Nordics. And well, I don't know about you guys, but here in Uppsala, it's a beautiful day. It's actually quite warm. And we have come to that very rare situation in the Nordic countries when people, in fact, are complaining about the heat. And that occurs, it's very rare when that occurs, but it happens maybe 2 or 3 days annually when it's quite all right to complain about the heat. And then the rest of the year, we spend the time on complaining about that everything is so cold. So it's a beautiful moment to have this discussion. Prior to, well, before we start, I have to tell you, I think I've told you that before, that I am I'm a fond flag collector, and therefore I have every national day in my memory. And today it is the National Day of Portugal. We shall not talk about Portugal, but I just want to raise the fact that the 10th of June is the National Day of Portugal. And perhaps just as an icebreaker, and you were not prepared for this question, I know that, but what about you guys? What's your relation to the beautiful nation of Portugal? Maybe we should start with Rolf.
Well, I've only been to Portugal once, but I'm actually born, I grew up in South Africa, and I remember there was a very large Portuguese population that lived in the town of Durban, where I'm born and bred. And I remember a lot of Portuguese people came down from Mozambique after Mozambique became free in 1976. I remember Portuguese as a spoken language in the town where I actually grew up.
Wow.
So that's my relationship to Portugal, basically.
Yeah.
And I had Portuguese friends at school as well. So.
Wow. Try to beat that, Mina. What's your relation to Portugal?
Well, I have to say that I haven't visited Portugal either, but I also have very good friends who are living there. And so the people are very lovely nation, I would say.
And Morten, Portugal?
Yeah, I like Portugal. I've been there several times. I once also organized a conference for all the European gaming regulators in a city called Setúbal, which is right outside of Lisbon. And it was a beautiful little peninsula. One thing I'm always challenged with, though, when I'm in Portugal is that they really like this dried cod codfish, and
Yeah.
it's struggling with that.
Yeah, I actually think it's important from Norway. I'm sure Rolf knows more about that. I will definitely open a bottle of port wine for tonight's cheese and celebrate today's birthday nation, so to speak. But let's leave Portugal for the moment and focus on the Nordic countries and the development when it comes to gambling regulatory issues in those countries. Because as always, lots of things are ongoing. And if it's okay with you, Minna, I would like to start to focus on developments in Finland. I hear some rumors about stricter regulation in Finland regarding PSP blocking and measures like that. And well, I'm not an expert on Finland, but I've heard also rumors about coming legislation. You know so much more about the development. Can you please guide me and the audience about what is actually going on in Finland now? Minna.
Yes, of course. Thank you. So basically, as we already have spoken before, there are pending amendments concerning the Finnish Lotteries Act, and they concentrate on securing the position of the monopoly. And they also include some PSP blocking measures, some measures regarding stricter regulation of marketing, for instance. And basically those measures have been pending for a while already, and we have spoken about those several times also when we have had the previous session. So I'm not going to go too much into detail regarding those measures themselves, but just to give like a short overview, where do we stand now? So basically the draft amendments, those were notified to the EU Commission now late April. And obviously this started the 3 months standstill period, which will end late July. So obviously all the stakeholders still have a lot of time to comment the amendments, which should now come into force early next year. So the timetable, basically the process is slightly delayed at the moment. Now the Finnish Ministry of Interior has confirmed that the plan is that the amendments would be handled by the Finnish Parliament in week, I think, 36, which would be in September. This means that the Parliament will not be able to handle those before their summer break, because they are returning from the summer break then early September. So this is basically where we stand now regarding the pending draft law. As I said, has been notified now. We will see whether it will be commented or not. There's still some time for the stakeholders to leave their comments, and it will be interesting to see whether there will be interest to say something regarding the Finnish draft law. I have to add that I was slightly surprised when the law or the amendments to the law were notified to the Commission, because I found the document to be extremely long, which I think was unusual in the sense that usually when I've seen the laws, let's say gambling law drafts notified to the Commission, they have been slightly shorter. So this was slightly surprising. One more thing to add. So as I said, the timetable, it is slightly delayed now. So the Ministry of Interior has also noted that the Parliament would handle the draft law as an urgent matter. So they really aim to have the amendments in force in 1st of January 2022.
Okay, so 1st of January 22. And
that
what?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
No,
and what? And Minna, what would you say would be the consequences for gambling operators and suppliers when those amendments are in fact in force?
Well, obviously, it will be interesting to see. Obviously, all the, let's say, the operator side, all the industries obviously has been following what's going on in Finland now during the past months. We are talking about several months already, and we have the PSP blocking. We have some, stricter measures concerning marketing. So now we have to look at the Finnish authorities and what is going to happen then in January and the following months. What is the, let's say, the enforcement appetite of the Finnish authorities and the National Police Board? Because especially if you look at the PSP blocking, the suggested PSP blocking, the law is drafted in the way that basically those foreign licensed companies which are targeting Finland would be blacklisted, and based on that, then the PSP blocking would be implemented. So obviously, what is the enforcement appetite of the Finnish authorities? If you look at online gambling companies, how they are, let's say, marketing or trying to attract the Finnish customers at the moment, I wouldn't really see huge change. I would rather think about it from the perspective that how will the National Police Board react then when the when the new law enters into force? Are they trying to find some kind of an example, for instance? But we will see.
But you are sure that this suggested governmental bill will be taken by the parliament, if I understand you correctly, or is there any kind of parliamentary opposition against the suggested bill?
I would say that given the current political setup in Finland, I'm fairly sure that the law will enter into force. So yeah, that's basically my view on the topic.
Yeah, because I just want to stay for a second on that topic.
Yeah.
Since Swedes and Finns are so much alike, and PSP blocking in my home country, Sweden, is, I mean, it's super sensitive from a freedom of speech perspective. I assume that there has been some kind of constitutional democratic discussion on the topic in Finland as well, and can you give us some details about that discussion in Finland?
Of course, there's always, when you're talking about, PSP blocking as such, there's always, discussion on whether it can be done, in the light of the constitution or, in the light of the EU law. And if you followed the last panel, for instance, there was also a discussion whether it is actually effective given all the, available options that you have today, to actually play online and execute the transactions. So yes, of course, there has been discussion, but as I said, like now I'm repeating myself, but if you look at the political setup, I still believe that it will be, pushed through because, obviously, well, Finns and Swedes, we are alike. But at the same time, there is no monopoly, in Sweden anymore. And in Finland, we are still struggling, or we're trying to, let's say, we are relying on all the measures available to keep the monopoly as long as we can. And then hopefully someday, there are other options on the table also that will be discussed.
And thanks, Mina, and I will get back to that. But for now, I will give you a pause and invite Rolf to hopefully giving us some insights regarding the development in Norway. Regarding Morten from Denmark, I asked for some more patience. I noticed that you left the room, but you are back, which is great. But Rolf, I know that of course any kind of not just gambling operator, but also National Trade Association, and I know that you are a member of the Norwegian Trade Association, that you want to influence all political parties. But I do believe that a lot of the focus lately in Norway when it comes to lobbying towards political parties has been focusing on the right-wing parties, or mainly the Høyre, the Norwegian Conservative Party. Despite that, I received the news that during their Congress, they decided to stay put regarding the Norwegian monopoly system, whereas I assume that Kindred and the Norwegian Trade Association, that they were aiming for the Conservative Party to abandon that position in favor of a licensing system. Rolf, what happened? Is this a failure, or well, give us some updates about the situation. And Rolf is freezing. I don't know if it's the same for all of you or if it's just for me. But it appears that everything is on ice in Norway for the moment. So I assume that we shall turn to Denmark instead. Can you hear me, Morten?
I can hear you. There's no chance that I'll be put on ice here because it's very hot.
Yeah, I know.
As it is in Sweden.
Yeah.
So Rolf is back, I think. You want to continue with Rolf? I think he's back.
If the
Am I back now?
I think we should give Rolf a break because the. Okay. Hi, Rolf. Are you with us now? Rolf, can you hear us? It doesn't seem to work very well. I have no idea whether it is my system or the system from Rolf that is not functioning particularly well. And therefore, I suggest that we focus on Denmark and Morten Runde for a while. Okay, Morten, glad to have you back. Well, I've been listening to you, Morten, for a couple of times now, and every time when I listen to you on conferences, it is a slightly not depressive, but it is a quite negative view that you give us regarding Denmark and actually all the Nordic countries, since I know that you supervise Sweden a lot as well. That the impression that you give me is that you are concerned about the development in Denmark. Why is that so?
Yeah, so I may be over negative, and everything is relative, right? Because I would much rather want the Danish gambling regulation than the German, for example, or maybe even the Swedish, because as we all know, the Swedish gambling regulation really has one major flaw that is difficult to have bonuses or to offer bonuses. So the Danish gambling regulation was really good, and the reason why I'm often negative is that it's a bit of a slippery slope where we're going from really well to not so well anymore, and but that's unfortunately a situation and a development that we will see in many jurisdictions. There's just layers and layers of new regulation, new restrictions coming on, and that's the reality we live in. I don't see really in many countries it's going a different way. So if you have that mindset that let's just keep what we can keep and work within sort of the framework we have, it's going okay. I want to say that even after the latest regulatory changes in Denmark, which were very, would you say, restrictive and invasive, where we went from a gaming tax of 20% on gross gaming revenue to 28%, it's actually not going so badly as we could have maybe foreseen. But we are going from a situation where we have to change the mindset as an industry, because we were really sort of appreciating all the opportunities that we had. We were looking for new opportunities. There was growth, and we didn't have to care so much about enforcement of the legal market and payment blocking and ISP blocking. Those were like minor things that we expected the authority to do, but basically there was not much reason for Danish players to opt for gambling outside of Denmark, because there's a sustainable offer, and that's shifting. That's definitely shifting, and we don't we see that more restrictions are coming in. Right now, it's quite calm. The political landscape is quite calm, but maybe it's calm before the storm, because the government has announced that they will be looking at advertisement restrictions. So, and things that they have mentioned that they will be looking at is like an advertising window on TV, like there is in UK, where you cannot advertise between 9 in the morning and whatever 9 in the evening. They're also looking at whistle-to-whistle ban, which means that you cannot advertise in while a football match is ongoing. So those are things that can, restrict our market quite a lot. And we also, as in many other countries, we see increased enforcement of compliance. That's, I think, something we as an industry we cannot really complain about, but it's still, nevertheless, it's a burden, and some of the fines that are issued are quite high. As a news, I can tell you that the operator Betfair was just fined in Denmark. We received a fine of approximately 50,000 euro for allowing on their bet exchange platform that one of the players had laid a bet on a U17 match. So very, very small bet, but nevertheless, they had allowed it, and they were fined now. So, and that what the prosecutor said was that there was 0.5% of their annual GGR. So maybe not, it's probably 1/10 of what they would have received in fine in Sweden, but yeah, still something.
Right. Morten, you tell me and the audience that things could have been even worse, despite what you now tell us. In what regards? Do you mean in channelization, or in what regards could things have been even worse in Denmark?
Yeah, so obviously what we're worried about is that the market is less attractive for gambling operators. It's less profitable. And it means that you have to adjust your products. So the return to player is lowered simply, which in turn means that the product for the player is less desirable, less attractive. And it creates a gap where unlicensed operators can offer better products to Danish players than the licensed operators can. And when they find out, they tend to say, well, we just want to bet where we get the best offer. That's what we see from other jurisdictions. I don't know to what extent it has happened yet, but it's definitely the fear that the market is leaking or is going to be leaking, like it is in other countries.
Do we know do we have any updates regarding the Danish channelization and the effect that the tax increase, for example, has had on the Danish channelization?
So in Denmark, there's no surveys being conducted yet or carried out yet. It's something that the trade group is looking at doing later this year. I've seen the numbers from H2 Gambling Capital. They seem to indicate that there's not been a tremendous shift yet. But I think these things take time, and when you lost the market, it's very difficult to turn the ship around again.
Yeah, that is, of course, I agree with that. I agree that you have, when you re-regulate your market, and you did so 2012, you cannot afford to drop below unacceptable low levels in channelization and hope to be able to somehow build up that level again. That is probably, well, close to impossible to achieve. You always have to safeguard the channelization that you kind of were given from the very beginning when you regulated your market. Okay, do we have our friend from Norway with us, or
yes,
perhaps?
I'm back. There's some technical difficulties, but now I'm back to stay. So
that's just wonderful, Rolf. I thought that you took a flight to Portugal.
No, I didn't.
I don't know how much of the question that I asked you that you were able to listen to, but
I heard your question, Gustav, so I can elaborate on that. There's no problem.
And perhaps excellent, and perhaps you can remind us about the question that I asked as well.
That was basically about the political processes in Norway and the trade association industry's approaches to political parties, especially with relation to the latest developments and process in the Norwegian Conservative Party. That was the question, Gustav. I can give you the answer now. I mean, we saw a very interesting development over the last year, where the Conservative Party actually were willing to take a debate on support, whether or not to adopt a support for licensing in Norway. And at the annual party meeting in May, where they were going to determine the party program, they voted actually to support the current monopoly. But this was due to a direct intervention from the Norwegian Prime Minister, who was very concerned about that a vote supporting licensing could actually jeopardize the up-and-coming general election campaign. She didn't want to be met on the election campaign, meeting sporting organizations and NGOs, questioning possible funding in the future by actually re-regulating a certain part of the market, which today is within a state monopoly. But we do know there was actually a very marginal majority advanced for the proposal and to support licensing. But that was basically derailed due to a direct intervention from the Prime Minister. But anyway, we are disappointed, yes and no. There are some many major takeaways from this process. Firstly, Norway's biggest political party and a steering party was the first time willing to have a debate on licensing. This has never happened before. 33% of the delegates actually voted to support the proposal. There was a Prime Minister's intervention that stopped licensing being supported. The industry, we have obtained lots of new friends in the Conservative Party. We received mass exposure and a debate in the media. I think we also exposed a generation gap in Norwegian politics. The younger generation of politicians are much more understanding for the internet technology and the need for licensing. The Norwegian media were very willing to give the industry a platform to put forward our case and expose the weaknesses of the current monopoly system. Even Norway's largest newspaper publicly criticized the state monopoly as a future regulation structure for Norway. And the industry has basically established itself as a central stakeholder in Norway now. And so, I mean, the whole process was a major step forward in Norway, which needs to be built on and worked on in the future.
Okay, There are many nuances in the Norwegian debate, and I would like to discuss at least some of them. From me, observing the development from the outside, it appears to me that your gambling authority, the Lotteritilsynet, is actually playing quite an active role in policy development, so to speak. Whereas I would say it is more common in other jurisdictions that is something that is usually handled by, well, politicians and citizens. Would you agree with me that it appears as if the gambling authority has decided what part they favorize in the combat between a monopoly or a licensing system?
Yes, most definitely, Gustav. I think that's quite a disturbing development in Norway. We see like a public regulatory authority actually starts participating in the public debate on a political level, and that's clearly outside their mandate. As that would never happen in Sweden, don't you agree, Gustav? That's my understanding. That such a body, what they do is they license, they control, and they supervise. They don't get involved in the public debate, and that's quite a disturbing development in Norway. And we also see the state monopoly in Norway has also got very involved in the political debate, working and lobbying as well. Something which a state monopoly shouldn't actually lobby its owners, basically. So we do see quite a disturbing development in that way.
Okay, interesting.
Can I say something to that, Gustav?
Of course, Morten.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that what I find is unusual is that they express their opinion publicly, because I know from other authorities that they do have opinions and they do express them, but they do it internally, and the ministry expects it to express its opinion. But it's never public, and that's what I find surprising, that the Norwegian Gambling Authority is expressing it publicly.
And then, Morten, that's also a surprise to us that the ministry, who actually supervises the Gaming Authority, actually accepts this and doesn't do anything to stop this. So we're also very surprised on this, basically. So,
but if I may ask both of you guys, is that truly the case, or is it simply the case because you disagree on this topic? I mean, for example, in Denmark, the COO of the Spillemyndigheten, the former CEO, Birgitte Sand, wasn't it quite obvious when she had that position that she was very much in favor of a licensing system? And in that case, we agreed with her. Perhaps you, Morten, is willing to elaborate slightly upon that topic.
Well, the political system is, well, what you say, the structure is perhaps a bit different in Norway, in Sweden, and in Denmark. In Denmark, it's not, the gambling authority is not an independent authority. They're part of the tax ministry. So whatever Birgitte had to say that was slightly political, she would need to have it cleared with the tax minister, because you never want to say something that your boss doesn't agree with. I guess to some extent that in Sweden and Norway, the authorities can, well, I don't know about the Norwegian authority actually, but the Spilinspektionen definitely can say something that they believe and which is different from what the government believes or the Ministry of Finance. But the Danish Gambling Authority cannot. So when they were pushing the agenda that licensing is good, it was something that was cleared with the minister.
Okay.
But like in Norway, like in Norway, we don't see other authorities behaving in this way. Like in Norway, we have something called the Media Authority. From the 1st of January this year, a marketing ban for offshore gambling on TV broadcasting targeting Norway came into force, something which the Media Authority are going to supervise. And they've been completely non-vocal in the media on this at all, having a meaning on this ban or not. They just say, that's a political decision, it's our job to undertake this, finish that. And that's the way an authority should behave, I believe, not get involved in the political debates.
Right. I have to ask Minna as well regarding Finland. What about the situation in Finland? Is lobbying for either a monopoly or a licensing system something that is exclusive for the government, or is the gambling authority taking an active part in policy development and the debate? Your microphone, Minna.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So not really taking actively part on the debate. And for instance, like in Finland, obviously, there hasn't been that much, let's say, open discussion on the media regarding what would be, for instance, the benefits of a licensing system in Finland. You know, in general, I think it's still too much concentrating on the monopoly system and securing the existing monopoly system. If you look at, for instance, the draft law now, it purely concentrated on, you know, securing the monopoly instead of actually, you know, evaluating, for instance, properly the benefits of having a licensing system, you know, in place. So that's my answer, basically.
Yeah. And now when I have you here now, Minna, you talked about how likely it is that we will have stricter regulation and that it will probably be in effect 1st of January. Well, what is then the reaction from, say, the private gambling industry, from Veikkaus? And I also know that you have this particular situation with government-owned gambling company PAF on the Åland Islands as well. So what's the pros and cons for these three stakeholders, the private industry, the Veikkaus and the gambling company on the Åland Islands? What's their reaction?
Well, obviously from the perspective of Veikkaus, you know, they keep doing business, and now they have also the opportunity they will have this new daughter company, you know, concentrating on B2B business also if and when the draft law enters into force. And they have obviously been, you know, preparing to launch their B2B already for sure for months. So that as soon as the new law enters into force, they will, you know, start, you know, pushing it even more from the perspective of private sector and, you know, gambling companies, let's say Maltese licensed gambling companies and those companies who have basically had their site open in Finland. The situation I can't see changing much, you know, as I said already before, if you like look at how those companies are now, like, I wouldn't say targeting, but, you know, marketing, or are they marketing in the light of the Finnish, you know, law in mainland Finland? PAF is a special case, obviously, and it's an interesting topic also. So I would say that I don't want to go too much into detail regarding PAF, because the situation is very specific, and I believe I haven't even commented that much. I believe PAF will also keep doing what they have done by far, because, you know, that is basically what has been agreed. But it will be an interesting, as I said, if the situation would be that the National Police Board would like to go against some, you know, foreign licensed casino due to, let's say, targeting Finns in their marketing, then we could have a discussion regarding the activities or the marketing activities carried out by PAF also in Finland, and that would be an interesting topic, but I don't want to go into that topic too much, but that's definitely something very, very interesting indeed.
Very interesting, and a diplomatic reply from you,
yes.
From you, Minna. Back to Norway, if that's okay with you, Rolf.
Yes.
You will have a general election quite soon, right? Do you expect any kind of policy changes or regulatory changes in connection to that general election?
No, I don't think so, Gustav. There's a general election in Norway in September this year. And almost likely we'll probably get a new left-wing government, social democrat left-wing government, which will basically continue and maintain the current monopoly. We expect that the current enforcement measures will be maintained and perhaps even intensified. We do have a new gambling bill in Norway, which was proposed last year, which will probably come to Parliament at the end of June this year, but it won't be handled before after the new government comes into office, probably early 2022, we expect. And we expect that bill will definitely go through, as there is a major support for the monopoly in Norway across the political sphere. So, I mean, that is the realistic scenario we have to accept and face. But I mean, with Norway, there is no quick fix for re-regulation. And this is a long-term project, which requires commitment and dedication from our side to succeed. But I think the takeaways from the process with the Conservative Party definitely do give us reason to be positive for the future.
Okay, so you told me about a coming gambling law. Can you give us a few details about the content of that gambling law?
Yeah, I mean, the context is basically they're proposing to continue the state monopoly, and they also want to incorporate all the 3 current gambling acts in Norway into one act today. The biggest change in the act is the proposal for sanctions for the Norwegian Gaming Authority. They'll be given the right for unlimited access to information or properties or offices that may be used in connection with offshore gambling, non-licensed Norwegian gambling. And this is quite dramatic because the Gaming Authority will have an unlimited right to this without any court orders or police assistance. Any person, individual in Norway that has some sort of relation with an offshore company, a consultant, anybody, anything, could actually be subjected to requests from the Gaming Authority to supply all information on the concept of an offshore company. And this is quite dramatic because it raises many issues with regard to Norwegian law, the rule of law, basically. And I mean, the new proposal also opens up for the Gaming Authority to go into private homes as well. If they have a suspicion that somebody's running a business from your private home, they can go in there and have access to that. So this is quite serious. The other thing is the DNS warning. There's been proposed a DNS warning system, not DNS or IP blocking, but warning. So if you wish to gamble with an offshore company, you will basically be led onto a landing site, which is run by the Norwegian Gaming Authority, where you receive information. This is not a regulated Norwegian site. You're not protected by Norwegian law. But if you want to, you can still move on to the site if you want to. So it's basically a source of information for players. And this will not actually stop offshore gambling. Players can still move on to an offshore site, something which is actually acknowledged in the bill proposal. But again, this raises issues of censorship and state intervention on the internet for an activity for the individual player. It's totally legal to play online.
And Rolf, regarding the questions that I asked Nina about, well, civil rights and a debate about freedom of speech and the Constitution, I assume that debate has been...
This debate is going on in Norway, but there is a very strong feeling. I mean, gambling is an area where politics and the law cross each other. And there's a very, very strong political wish to do this in Norway, to stop offshore gambling companies. So there is a debate going on with regards to the Constitution, also the European Convention of Human Rights, individual freedoms, the right to offer services and everything. So something which we have highlighted in our submission to the public consultation last year. So.
And what about the law? Norway is not a member of the European Union, but you are a member of the ES.
Yes.
Is your opinion that those law amendments are compliant with the obligations that you have towards ES?
Well, I can say, Gustav, because we have the European Economic Agreement, which basically is a European Union membership light. Basically, we are members, we don't have a say. That's the actual effect of this. So, I mean, all the jurisprudence for the internal market, all the jurisprudence of the European Court of Justice on gambling apply to Norway. And it's our clear opinion that the Norwegian proposal is not compatible with European Union law.
Okay, well, that will obviously be interesting to follow.
And that is being challenged in the courts, Gustav. So
okay, yeah. Please keep us updated. Perhaps Zoltan will invite us to additional conferences, and we can listen to updates from Norway. I would like to go back to Morten and Denmark. From a Nordic perspective, if one, and I am in favor of a licensing system, Denmark has played such a significant role since Denmark re-regulated already back in 2012. And it played a huge role, a huge inspiration for stakeholders in Sweden when Sweden finally, 2019, decided to implement a licensing system. And perhaps we will see something like that in Finland and Norway as well. And my question to Morten is Denmark aware of its important role in the Nordics, being kind of the shining star? And since it appears that political stakeholders in Denmark now are abandoning the importance of channelization, for example, and is amending regulatory measures that will hurt the Danish regulation. Is Denmark really aware of that so many stakeholders outside Denmark care about the development in Denmark?
It's a very good question, actually, Gustav, because so the Denmark regulated or re-regulated in 2012, which is obviously now 9 years ago, and those politicians involved in the re-regulation back then, many of them are gone, and those who were involved, maybe they don't really remember why they did it anymore. We've seen that the current politicians are quite ignorant to the fact that Denmark is actually doing quite well. We've told them that there's still delegations from all over the world visiting Denmark to figure out why is it that the Danish government has succeeded with something that many other governments haven't. And I always, when I speak to, because there are obviously always people who are critical of the gambling system, they will be, because they're just critical of gambling in general. But I always point out that can you devise a regulation that works better? Can you devise? Can you point me to a country where there's less gambling addiction, where there's less illegal gambling, whatever, and they cannot. But of course, some of these people will just maintain that there should be less gambling. There should be less gambling addiction, which we can all agree, and there should be less advertisement. So we're in a situation where we need to re-educate the stakeholders, the Danish politicians, in why it was that we did what we did, and they've already forgotten how it was before, that there was a massive black market in Denmark. The government was not making much revenue, and consumer protection was at best unclear. You didn't know where the gamblers were playing, so you really didn't know if they had problems. So we are urging the politicians to say, look at what we have, and there's absolutely nothing wrong in fine-tuning the system. It's untouchable, but please consider that there are actually no better alternatives around it. And believe it or not, there are still politicians or stakeholders who will point to Norway and say, well, look, here's a system that is much better. And it's just so incredible that they think so. But you know, we're in a business where it's quite common to spread false or misinformation, and it's a game that many are involved in. So yeah, it's that's how it is.
That's how it is in Denmark. Rolf, a few final words from Norway. I think you mentioned that in Norway, as in many jurisdictions, online gambling is also struggling with a bad reputation, and I would appreciate if you can elaborate about that challenge slightly. And also connected to that, I assume that a bad reputation is not beneficial when you want to re-regulate. What are the key factors for a Norwegian re-regulation? Please, Rolf.
Yeah, well, I mean, the international gambling industry does have a major problem over the whole of Europe when it comes to bad public perception, and that also applies to Norway. And we definitely see the regulatory pendulum is swinging towards the industry in many countries. Like in Norway, we are still accused of being a ruthless gambling company that profits off problem gamblers. They claim, there are also claims against us that we don't want to be regulated, and that if we do re-regulate Norway, this will entail a decrease in revenues. So, I mean, working for public perception and portraying ourselves in a different way is very important in Norway in the future. And we have to communicate as an industry how we work with responsibility and combat problem gambling, and actually do it in practice. And like in Kindred, we have this goal of zero revenues from problem gambling within 2023, called Project Zero Problem Gambling. And we wish to achieve this by, we built up a responsibility regime in cooperation with leading researchers, which are also used by the state monopoly. And we are also now open about the percentage of revenues that come from problem gamblers to Kindred's brands, which on a global level in Q1 was 3.9%. And I think this form of transparency is very important, basically to break all the myths and perceptions of large and serious gambling companies. We don't want to hide our numbers or anything. We have to be open about this, how we work with responsibility. And I think for the future, I mean, I think in Norway, for re-regulation, we need firstly an acknowledgement amongst policymakers on the technological developments and modern day consumer behavior and the freedom of choice in an online environment. We need an acknowledgement from the industry and understanding of the different peculiarities of the Norwegian gaming market. Policymakers must be open and listen to the industry. The industry must be a serious and sincere speaking partner. We have to break all the myths and perceptions of the industry. We need to convince Norwegian society that we do want to be regulated. This is a big myth in Norway, that we don't want to be regulated. For Kindred, we want to go from .com to .no. That's our goal, basically. We are regulated in Sweden and Denmark. We're now being regulated in America in different states. We also want to be regulated in Norway. But for some reason, this is not understood by the Norwegian public or the stakeholders. I think we need to convince stakeholders that re-regulation will not entail a decrease in funding of good causes. There is a generation gap. We have to play on that. The younger politicians, the next generation, they have a total different point of view when it comes to the internet and online gambling. We also have litigation in Norway, Gustav, 4 major court cases running regarding the legality of payment blocking, other orders from the NGA, and also the legality of the state monopoly, which are important. We can't live in a situation where you have these elements in the market which are accepted as being legal in light of European Union law. But at the end of the day, re-regulation will be based on a critical decision. It won't happen in the courts. So I think it's a sum of many different elements, which at the end of the day will entail a re-regulation on the Norwegian market.
Extremely fascinating. And Minna, let's focus finally a few minutes on Finland. You told me that the state monopoly operator Veikkaus, that they are starting a B2B business. That is obviously fascinating. What is the intention with that B2B operations? Is it to only give services to Veikkaus, or will we see Veikkaus as an export business, exporting their services to other jurisdictions as well?
Basically, what the idea with the B2B business is that Veikkaus would start selling, the products, for instance, the products that they have developed in-house to other online gaming companies. So this is basically the idea behind the B2B business. And it's indeed an interesting topic from the whole setup. There was discussion, regarding the draft law, whether it is actually in line with EU or whether there should be some, questions from the competition law perspective. It will be interesting to see now when and if the new law enters into force, how it will actually be done and whether there will be questions raised regarding this new B2B business in the light of the EU law.
But who are the buyers, so to speak? Are the buyers those operators that are prohibited to operate in Finland?
Yeah, well, that would basically be the case. So,
Okay.
So it's an interesting, indeed an interesting, question and set up the whole B2B business. Obviously, that's why, it's very interesting.
Yeah, to the least, extremely interesting.
Yeah.
Well, guys, we only have a few minutes left, 2 or 3 minutes. We have been speaking about all the Nordic countries except Iceland and Sweden, the largest and the smallest jurisdiction among the Nordic countries. Regarding my hometown, Sweden, the development has been that the government has met resistance from other political parties in the parliament. For example, our committee of constitution last week criticized the minister in charge of gambling regulatory issues for making statements that created the fundament for the temporary COVID-19 restrictions in Sweden. And the conclusion from the Committee of Constitution was that those sayings from the minister were unfounded, that there was no real connection to reality. And this obviously opens up an interesting discussion in Sweden regarding those temporary restrictions, since the main reason for implementing them was those sayings from the minister. From the jurisdiction of Iceland, I have no idea what is going on. Perhaps we can invite them sometime and ask about developments in Iceland. But it has been great, Minna, Rolf, and Morten, to get a deeper understanding about the development in your super important jurisdictions. So thanks a lot to the three of you for giving so much details and nuances on the developments in your respective countries. And with Zoltan's allowance, I certainly hope that we can come back someday on this topic. And with that, I would like to hand over to Zoltan.
Well, thank you, Gustav. Zoltan is not here at the moment. He had to step out. Definitely we will be hearing more about each and every one of your jurisdiction, and it was really an interesting panel and really insightful. Thank you, guys. We will try to have this maybe in the Q3 or Q4. We will try to have a repeat on this panel, including all countries in both in Nordics and in the Baltic regions. And now I would like to introduce you to maybe the few of you guys who didn't hear about him, let's say, the all-powerful Domenico Mazzola, the commercial director for Altenar. He's been joining our conferences for well, countless times. He's being involved in our events for a few years now, and I'm really sure that he's more than capable of handling the panel that, for me personally, I think it could be one of the most difficult one, because, well, introducing key ingredients to successfully running an operation, well, this can be really tricky. So, Domenico, good luck, and
yes,
have a great run.
Yes, hello everybody, and good afternoon. It's as always, a pleasure to be participating in Zoltan's panel. So I'm here today with prominent people of the industry, and we'll try our best, because the topic today is going to could be very broad, and so we'll try our best to focus on certain aspects. And I'm here today with Tamara Bebic, Business Development Director of at Perimatch. We have Nadia Tart, Director of Sales at Relax Gaming. Janina Kaplia, Head of Marketing at Bet Games TV. Robert Ledshofer, Co-founder and CEO at Ole Games. And Jan Urbanek, CEO at Endorfina. So guys, I don't know if you want to spend just a couple of minutes just to briefly introduce yourself. Maybe we can start from you, Tamara.
Thank you. Thank you, Dominica. Happy to meet you guys. Since all of this COVID issue, I used to live for 6 years in Malta, and most of you I used to see and meet on some ice and conferences, and I really miss that. Currently, I'm in Cyprus, but previous COVID timing, I was kind of locked in Ukraine, but this was also really effective, as Ukraine is finalized with the regulation, which is my department also used to be involved into. So my name is Tamara. I'm already 11 years in that niche. Originally, I'm from Estonia, but used to work on CIS markets for most of my life, but professional life, but also involved some of the international markets which were able to operate under the MGA license. Currently, I joined Perimatch in the past 2.5 years. I used to be as a marketing director and famous with the Conor McGregor and Mike Tyson ambassador project. Now my next step, professional step, is business development direction. So I'm working really hard to expand our brand internationally. Thank you, guys.
Very nice. Maybe Nadia, you want to say a few words as well?
Oh, hi everyone, nice to meet you. So my name is Nadia. I also have quite a bit of experience in this industry. So over 20. So I'm currently working with Relax Gaming. Prior to this, I was working with NetEnt, Micro Gaming, and also on the B2C side as well. So with Betfair and others, actually. Started in CS as well, Marathon and Perimatch as well. So small industry. Really excited to be here. It's a lot of development this year. I can see in the industry and everything. So it would be really cool to discuss views of my colleagues and co-panelists and see where this industry is going.
Very nice, very nice. Janina, maybe you want to start now.
Yes, absolutely. Hi, everyone. I'm really excited to join this panel, as we all represent different business verticals. So all input is really helpful and useful for me personally as well. I'm joining from Bet Games office in Lithuania, Vilnius, but usually I'm based in Kiev. So I'm working remotely as a head of marketing. I've recently joined. It's my second month. And I'm coming from EvaPlay. It's a game studio in Kiev, where I was head of marketing for more or less 2 years. So I still can be considered a newcomer to the industry. However, I'm bringing experience in IT. So I have different perspectives on product development and on branding as well. And it's really great that now we're discussing Ukraine, a very exciting market, a very exciting chapter, I think, for all of the businesses and all of the roadmaps. So I'm really excited to hear your thoughts on this.
Very nice, very nice. Robert, you might want to jump in now.
Thank you. Excited to be here. My name is Robert. I'm from Austria. I live in Germany since 10 years, and yeah, these are also the markets I understand really well. I've been in the industry for around 20 years. So been around at the IPO of BWin back then, or Bet and Win, and watched that sort of big battleship, merge with other big battleships. And my passion is always with new companies, starting new ideas and start developing new products. And when last year the German regulation was on the table, I decided to start a new company directed directly at the German market, called Hölle Games, or Holle Games, you can say it as well. It's our proposition is really simple. We do made in Germany video slots, and we feel there's it's a difficult market, because we will hear more about it today as well, because of recent changes, and yesterday as well. But it's exciting. It's a very large market, excited to be here. Thank you.
Very good, very good. Jan, I think it's your turn now.
Yes, it is. Hello, everybody. I'm Jan. I'm with Endorfina, basically from the beginning of journey of the company. So it's about 7 years right now, and that's about my experience in iGaming. I'm based in Prague. The company is based in Prague, and we basically feel lately more or less as a bridge between Western way of doing business and the Eastern way of doing business. And I think this panel is going into this direction. I'm very happy that we have this lineup of experts and people that are frankly more experienced than me, because I'm always happy to learn new things. So
yes, well, we are going to have more or less something around 1 hour and a half to discuss all the topics regarding the main title. So I'm quite sure we will have a lot of fun and nice discussions. Tamara, let's start with you then, and we can start from Ukraine, but more in general regarding the CIS countries. What are the key elements to run a successful operation there? And also, somebody defined them as a kind of wild markets. Is it true, or we can define them as unique ones? What's your take on that?
Well, each market is unique, same as nationalities. Let's put it this way. For example, does the USA with the 50 states, is it unique because each of the state has a taxation model which is different and heavy? Or, for example, Germany, which is currently the regulatory created heavily regulatory terms and tax requirements. Or, for example, Romania a few years ago, remember in December, they were the government surprisingly decided like, okay, we need to increase the taxation from specific gambling niche. And if I'm not mistaken, then even they announced like in December with the term that you have to pay for the previous year. So beside all of that, can we say that the CIS is wild? No, absolutely unique. Yes, localized. And if we can list it, which countries are right now are regulated, it's Russia, Belarus, then it's Kazakhstan, and now it's Ukraine. Uzbekistan, they're currently working on the implementation of regulation law. Of course, from my big experience, CIS regulated market is quite baby. Let's put it this way. And but the development of the market now, it's getting so quick. So if we get back on the question, what is the success key to operate on the market? Of course, same as each of the regions, it needs localization. It's a product and culture. But if we talk about if customers are different, comparable with the EU, for example, no, ARPU different, LTV is different metrics. Just analyze and use the best expertise that already developed that countries are getting used. Because I remember my steps 6 years ago in Russia, for example, there were none. I mean, in operational base, there were none experienced with the even VIP influencing, like, you know, or a bonuses system. Nowadays, for example, for me, it's super easy. Being on the side of European and international expertise, now I'm relocated on CIS and bringing the best expertise that I have learned during past years in Europe. So we don't need to do something actually new. It's only copy paste from European developed best practices. What can we say oneself? Culture, product.
For example, in terms of localization, is there any specific element? Because of course we know that in general we have some countries that are, for example, more focused on sportsbook, while some others are mostly on casino. What's your idea on that? On this? I mean, are we seeing?
The answer on that, first of all, that the regulation in Russia, in Kazakhstan, they are focused on sports, so the casino is illegal over there. Belarus is just 1 year. They are it's already 1 year and a half when they made online casino as a regulated. Before it was also really focused on the sports book. So Uzbekistan, this is also this sides of the world, which is in Middle Asia. It's also the part of some different of religion aspects, which is affected also onto some of the gambling vertical, which means like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, they are sport related than casino. So it's really interesting experiments and expertise. And Ukraine, always used to be more focused on sport. Living right now there, I can see that the kids, they are so fan of their local teams, which has a really long history, like Shakhtar or Donetsk. So the influencing of a big sport teams, huge. But recently, of course, we see that this is opportunity. The casino becomes right now is also interesting side of our operation business and shows some extremely interesting revenue, of course. Of course, absolutely similar story that it were on European markets. Absolutely, complete the same. So it's always, if you look at the product shares and like from 2013, 2020, from some country to country, you can see the shares between sport and casino product. Casino getting more and more shares onto the operation business. So it's, same.
Understand. Is anybody else, guys, wants to add something on what Tamara said? Okay, then. So let's move on the next question for you, Jan. Just to keep, let's say, the focus in Ukraine and in general, again, the CIS countries around it. What are the differences within the game content management system in the CIS and Western markets? What's your take there?
So, as Tamara mentioned earlier, the ideas, the techniques, the management of the players, this is now, I would say, like on the same territory, right? Mm-hmm. So you have the same tools. Sometimes you have, even more advanced tools, because a lot of tech people lie, in CIS, in Ukraine, you have a very strong, this like foundation of mathematics. So thus you get a lot of strong tech people. On the other hand, I would say the management of the portfolio of your front page and of your processes is very much different. Let me give you an example. So we had a very successful operator in the casino business in CIS, and at the beginning we were there just being resold, because you have to have a good network of agents there. And when we reached out to this operator directly and we started to negotiate some promotions, standard terms, how to put the games on their position, the actual casino manager was very surprised, because nobody asked him. Before, nobody asked about this. So the guy just put, 20 games on top of the page, and like we got a huge promotion basically for free. The next week, his boss comes in and tells him, look, why you put 20 games of one provider? Why don't you put the top performing games there? And mind you, this is not like an operator that doesn't make money. This operator really had traffic, had players, had money. So what is telling you is that actually putting an operation together is the hard part. Then getting the players there, it's a little bit easier than in the West. So there are no plans usually. There is more of action, taking actions, being flexible, be able to react on time because you don't know what's going to happen the next day. And this is what we see. So in the West, all the customers are asking, give me a roadmap, give me projections. I want to see 3 months in advance. And when we go to our Eastern customers, the customers will ask you, so what's up next week? What are we going to do next week? Or, this promotion that we're running currently, how about we change it? Right now, in the middle of running of the promotion, we can switch it and make some improvements. So I think this is the main key point that you need to take when dealing with the management of your content.
But then I have an additional question that just came out of my mind. Do you think it's something related to culture, or is because also connected to what Tamara was saying before, that really and truly the CIS country is a little bit running after the European ones?
I would say it's definitely influenced by culture and history. So if I ask an operator in CIS to make a plan in advance, to agree on something long term, they will tell me why. It will change in 2 weeks. I don't know what will happen. So why have a plan for half a year? So even though we are getting there thanks to regulation, because basically regulation gives you this stable ground under your feet that you can start planning, then, okay, obviously conditions change, then the attitude of the operator will switch, because we're talking about people that are very flexible, very smart, and their reaction time is incredible. Yeah, because if I would take if I would make a prediction, for example, for Ukraine, I don't see Western operators going to Ukraine with their own brands, starting over and trying to do something there. I've seen it as they will fail there. The best option for them is maybe make some acquisitions.
We will touch this topic even a little bit later, as we have another point related to that.
I do agree with Jan regarding the culture and historical ways, this attitude that there is a short-term planning, because I used to live for a while because of the professional, then sometime in Russia, sometime in Ukraine, and I see that in Ukraine, for example, they are getting used to on a stable life living balance. So this attitude is kind of the DNA, which is true. But if I am talking from the side of Parimatch, the management and financial institution, because it's involved stakeholders, you have to plan your budget in advance. But it's a hard task. Seriously, we're working on to integrate this mindset, that long-term mindset, strategic vision through all of our, specialists in any of, if it's a tech, not only management like it's in your positions, but also lower management professionals. Yes, I do agree with Jan. There is some historical.
And I can bring also some practical examples on my side when I have to discuss contract durations with potential customers from the CIS. So I definitely agree that culture is very important and is influencing then the way how people live and act and manage things. Then Nadia, I have a question for you actually. While we are seeing some operators rushing to expand their presence into new regulated markets, some of them are instead withdrawing their licensing, moving to grayish market. What is your opinion on this?
Good question. basically, again, like I'm sure like Jan will agree with me and other, like if there are some other guys who have like software as well, it's getting very complicated, like this German tax. Now, as a company, as a supplier, we were fully compliant before like October 15th when the first regulation was introduced. So we were already delivering the German solution. Everything was fantastic, so we were catering from regulated and non-regulated markets with all the requirements. And then suddenly, like not long ago, you have new tax, you have new requirements. There are like some more requirements to come, which nobody is aware of. So there are like discussions about getting supplier license as well now. And it's really, really confusing both for operators and also for the customers as well. So what we notice around right now is that there are a lot of operators like who are like, if we're talking about Germany, for example, who just simply would like to maximize as long as they can on the unregulated markets, and then will continue. On the other hand, there are some other highly regulated markets like maybe Sweden or UK are a good example where people are just giving away the licenses because it's very difficult to operate, and it's also for example, you can have a license and you do something wrong, and instead of a warning, you receive like a huge fine, which is like few millions, like straight away. So of course, operators don't like it. On the other hand, there are like new emerging markets picking up, or like, for example, CIS. A lot of people mention things. So I do agree with it as well, that CIS is a few years behind Europe, the regulation and everything. And I've been like in the gambling business specifically for 15 years in Malta, and I'm coming originally from Ukraine. So I can see the difference. It's like around 5 years gap, but the gap is closing. So what was like 10, 15 years ago, it was like Wild West. Now it's getting organized, it's getting regulated. A lot of customers are actually applying. Before, like, do you have a license? Why do we need a license? Then it started, okay, we have a Curacao license. Now, actually, we have customers who go for MGA license straight away. We have software providers or software like game studios from CIS who are actually going for MGA license straight away as well. They have game certified, game tested and everything. So it's getting organized, it's getting on the nice track, and they're being compliant. Operators, again, on the other hand, there are a lot of regulated markets. Some of them have a really good regulation, and some of them just like really, really messy and becoming difficult. Before, maybe like 5, 7 years ago, it was like a must. You need to go to all regulated markets. Regulated markets is the future. It's really nice, but now I can see the trend is changing, at least for myself, and maybe my colleagues will agree with me as well, but it's too hard. The requirements, like nobody understands them fully, like, or it's too late, or it's too many things, like, or everything. And people just trying to find like some alternative solutions, which is easier framework, which is still like compliant, which is still good. And they try, otherwise, like it's still hard like to understand how people are going to make money in Germany. Everybody is now working like, to introduce new games with low RTP. And MGA was actually here very proactive. They told you don't have to certify the games, which is fantastic news. But still, players are players. They wanted the games with RTP like 96%, 96.5 and so on. And now you have to drop it like to 90, 92. So it's a chicken and egg situation a little bit.
And we know that then the players will always find ways to go somewhere else. If
yes, definitely, yeah.
The licensed, let's say the licensed operators will not be that attractive.
The problem is that, for example, also like the drawback here is that also like a licensed supplier. So in Germany, for example, if you take Germany, if they're going to introduce the license, every reputable supplier would not be able to supply Germany unregulated because it's a no-go. They're going to be like, somebody will complain, you're going to get caught, and that would be it. So basically, you will end up with players who are getting the software from non-certified, non-qualified, non-reputable suppliers, and players are going to be hurt. And for example, I was 2 weeks ago in the conference in Dubai. It was crypto conference and it was affiliate conference. And I went there mostly because of crypto, because it's interesting, it's picking up and so on. And I didn't realize that, for example, I knew that in Germany, there are a lot of payment solutions. Payments are coming from crypto. So crypto, when it comes to gaming, maybe 20%, if you ask any crypto exchange or crypto company, they say that 20% of their turnover is coming from Germany. And you think Asia, you think other market, you think why Germany? And it's actually there on the conference, they explain it because the government is so stringent and they supervise every single bank transaction that you make, that people simply don't want to show to the government that they're gambling and they're using cryptos. So there are ways and means already how to go around it. And basically, when the regulation is not perfect, it's simply pushing play away to on the dark side.
Yes.
Which is non-compliant, not secure, there is no responsible gaming and all the other things. So it's kind of getting worse.
Yes, I can totally agree with this. Anybody wants to add something on this point? Very nice. So, Janina, your turn now. From a branding, marketing, and product perspective, what does it take to succeed in the CIS region? Is there any particular aspect, any particular thing that an operator should take into consideration?
Well, first of all, we are operating as a mix of two industries. So our product is a live dealer betting product. So we are taking something from, live casino and live dealer and taking something from betting. So I think for us, it's really great to try the completely new market, starting from scratch and introducing our product to the market, where, as mentioned by Tamara, Ukraine really enjoys sports, and our product is really, simple to understand. And we really believe that, of course, as my colleagues mentioned here, there should be a part of the localization, some aspects for language, some aspects, for visual appearance. So I think we will still have some data, and I think it's really great that we have strong partners like Paramage, even because the number of data that they get in terms of user behavior, user preferences, user journeys, they are really helpful to B2B for B2B game providers, right, and product suppliers, because we actually can understand the mindset and then actually bring the win-win situation for our partners, the B2C partners, who are there on the ground and who can give us some perspective into what type of marketing should work, right? And for now, what are the regulations towards advertising? Can we have offline? Can we have TV? Can we have radio, right? There are so many options how you can advertise your product and how you can make it a great success on the market. And that's absolutely correct. As Nadia said, that we have this gap, of more than 5 years. I think it's 10, when the market wasn't regulated. There were no certain rules. We actually lost a little bit of, experience and best practices that Europe had. So now why this mess happens with, short-term planning, some misunderstanding with, how to operate business, is because we try to quickly adapt. We try to quickly copy paste the best practices, but as we don't have this, just proven everyday hard skill of implementing those practices, sometimes, yes, it becomes messy, and we learn as we go. We didn't, nobody in Ukraine, I think, had this testing period of let's go and try, for 3 months to work in approved for being fully, regulated market and discover the rules. So we were introduced the rules, and try to adapt it to our roadmap, our business operations, and so on and so forth. So that's really an exciting and challenging both ways time, because of course Ukraine offers a huge player base. And for us, I think for everyone in the industry, that's a great challenge. That's a great opportunity, right? And especially that we all consider that Ukraine is a part of Europe. So best practices from CIS in Europe can be implemented in Ukraine. And that gives us, an additional part of revenue, of business expansion. Of course, I think for those who have already a well-established business in Europe and in CIS, of course, Ukraine makes more sense than, maybe Latin America or US, where you don't know the rules exactly, and everything you do is, little step. And it's always about, getting the fine, getting, some warnings, being very careful. In Ukraine, I think we still have this possibility to try to offer something like initiatives, right? How the business should operate, how we can work with players, how we can bring something really interesting to market. So I think, of course, we will not see great changes in 1 or 2 months, but I think in a year, when we look back, we will just, smile to the things we started with, and then actually have strong positioning and strong business understanding and business operations, like both B2C and B2B wise.
It's a question about regulator, if he's gonna listen operators or not.
We hope so. Of course, like you guys have all of the challenge, of course, and that's why, from our perspective, being operating in B2B, B2B product provider, right? We always here to support our partners in B2C. Like we are adapting, we are trying to check with the latest updates and news. So for us, it's still, we even B2B moves with the smaller steps than B2C. So for us, it's still like a long process, I would say.
Yes, well, in general, the most challenging part is for the operators rather than for us, the suppliers. But I understand. I get the point. Then Robert, it's your turn now. We have discussed previously before the difference in the product between, let's say, different geographical area. But what about regulated against non-regulated markets? Are there any particular differences in product offering and as an operator should consider when launching a new operation? And this is in general, guys, a question for all of you, because we are all basically more or less B2B supplier except for Tamara. So I guess we can all contribute on this question.
Thank you. I also thank you to what I've heard before. The CIS region is something I know to a degree, but obviously being focused on Germany, Austria, and sort of more, Western Europe, actually, it's quite interesting to hear. And I certainly can see in my experiences, touch points with operators, similarities in what I've heard before. And regarding your question, different geographical regions and regulated, non-regulated, maybe touching again on Germany, maybe Germany will be both, yeah, quite evenly split, regulated and unregulated. There's a study out there, I think most of you have read, maybe not, maybe it's a German study about the changes being implemented now, the tax and the €1 and the 5-second spin. And basically the study predicts, yes, it was sponsored by private companies, but it looked very independently run, that around 50% of the market is going to be a black market. Basically in Germany, around 50% of the market is going to be a white market. So, and obviously, you think, well, I know some of the players who operate in one side, I know some of the players who operate in the other side. Both have, the good reasons to do so or not to do so, let's say. And what's interesting, of course, I come from the game side, is from a games perspective, typically, it's quite similar, yeah. So you have the same type of player, you have the same type of sort of geographical region, but you have probably the same games offered to that same region, let's say, yeah. So it's always quite interesting to see when you don't know for sure if a country is regulated or unregulated. You look at the website which is operating there. You kind of sort of see, like the same games in that particular region versus another region close by, which is regulated. So it's quite interesting to see that from a games level, you need to be able to offer, the same amount of games, the same quality of games, the same promotions if you can, or if your operation sort of supports this, into this market. So that's quite interesting that this is the same. Obviously, area where I'm not super expert is of course payments. Yeah, payments is the big one. Unregulated versus unregulated, where you have to, there's extreme examples we all know from much further east, basically, where you have agents on the ground collecting cash and then paying into accounts. And obviously in a regulated market, you have a plethora of payment solutions out there. But yeah, circling back to Germany and the games, it's going to be interesting to see next few months who's going to stay in the market, like completely. What products are they going to? Who's going to stay in the market? Who's not going to stay in the market? And what products are they going to offer in terms of games? And there's rumors that's going to be interesting as well. There's rumors. There's always rumors in Germany, and until it's law, then it's no rumor anymore. There's rumors that there might be a case where larger companies may use their power to dictate that, I'm only going to offer the games to you as an operator if you only have other games which are also coming from providers who are only operating white. So it's going to be, Germany might be a very complex market going forward for suppliers, because it might actually be a fairly even split between regulated and unregulated completely, also in terms of product. So that's a rumor that's being talked about. Let's see what's going to happen. Let's see if this is going to be a law or just policy of some large companies which have market power. We will see. But yeah, it's going to be it's not going to be boring in Germany.
Very good. Guys, anyone wants to add something on what we discussed?
I'm really more curious about the Germany regulator, if they're gonna do a real step to protect the licensed operators in the market to avoid all of this gray market share grow. As good examples that in Russia, well, it's a good and maybe not a good example, that in Russia, the casino were illegal for like almost 10 years, but it's always been the loop how to operate in the gray way. But since January, finally, the government had such much power, then they found how to press the payment providers, and it's now the gray market share like getting down and like on almost like 35%. So my question, how is the rumors are what the rumors about the protection of the license operators there?
Well, I think what tells you that there's two parts of regulation in Germany. One is the actual gambling the gambling regulation. The other one is the tax law. There are two separate laws done by essentially two different branches. One is done by the finance branch, and the other one, I don't know the English word properly, but it's separate things. And what you can bet on in Germany, maybe they're not enforcing properly the gambling law. That's going to be some time till the regulator is fully set up, and until that the current branch of government, the current people in charge of sort of carrying that forward will maybe not check every little detail everywhere. But what you can bet on is that they're going to make sure you pay tax, whether you are in Malta or whether you're in Europe or whether you're outside of Europe. The Germans are quite rigorous when it's about tax, and it goes to great lengths. So, and I think once you decide to pay the tax, you might as well be compliant as well. Yeah. So I think that sort of could help. That the enforcement in Germany is hopefully okay. That separation, let's say, and nobody knows for sure. I don't know if you know the details how it works. The regulator doesn't exist yet in Germany. There's an office building. There's 100 open positions, but the regulator, which should be in place and take over, will only fully take over by 2023. So I call this sort of, what happened the last year and the next 2 years. I call them sort of black periods, yeah. So black market, black periods, where in the beginning the law was out there, nothing really happened. March 2020, then September came along with all the requirements, basically, where there was a circular resolution and things had to be implemented by 15th of October, respectively 15th of December or November. So and then there's a black period since then where some operators decided not to follow these rules and basically see what happens and see if they will still get a license. And what you heard, for instance, from Leo Vegas in Germany, and that number, what you heard from Leo Vegas, you can basically transfer to many other, to basically all the other businesses who are operating wide in Germany, is that they lost 70–80% of the revenue in Germany to those sort of European-based non-compliant companies. So they're daring to stay in the market with a non-compliant offering. But now the tax law is in place. I think since yesterday, I'm uncertain how political process works in Germany. The one coalition partner announced yesterday that it passed, but on the German Bundestag website, we can't see the information yet. So let's say it's passed yesterday, let's assume so. You as an operator make a choice. Well, if I have to pay tax anyways, I might as well go after the license and be compliant. So I think there is a decent chance that this is the case. I'm guessing a little bit, of course, but if you can bet on something in Germany, it's the tax man, yeah?
I understand. Okay. So Tamara, to come back to you and to discuss a little bit from the operator point of view again. We are seeing now, and we discussed, we touched briefly this point before, we are seeing now many big international operators entering the region, the CIS region. What chances do they really have? And I also have a question related to, okay, we discussed this point briefly, but maybe you can elaborate a little bit further on this topic. How strong is casino compared to sportsbook?
Regarding the exact data that I have, and meanwhile the second side is the rumors. Bet365, we've been waiting for when they're gonna enter our market for a few years. They finally, we know that they're set up their office, but they don't currently. They don't do such an big job yet. But it seems like they're collecting the data, probably the expertise. Meanwhile, the rumor says about interest by Leo Vegas, some of the part of Baltic brands that are part of Entain Group. They are also has planned to enter Ukraine. Then there is PokerStars, who's following as well, and the lawyers. Companies are supporting their package, license package. So, well, being one of the leaders, our position is we're happy to see such a big business players, competitors that joining our markets. It means that we're gonna progress. If on the question, if they just can easily enter the market and reach 5% of the market share, good luck. Because you have to, we have been gaining expertise for such many years. It's not that easy. We see how, and I think each of you who has been in that industry and been working from 4 different brands, you can see that there is sometimes big mistakes made with an expert, with the brands that been success in one market and bringing the same similarity, attitude, and expertise, trying other market, and they fail just because they are that there is like no understanding of localization of the even product. Yeah, there is a small things, but they brings the small things that against the direct profit, like margin, for example, the sport margin or esport interest by the player. Seems like those metrics, those type of are not so necessary, but they has to be really customized. Well, so on my question, yes, we are looking forward to meet them. We are well prepared, but I don't think that it's going to be easy for them.
Okay. Well, in general, yes, really and truly, especially when we, let's say, we have operators operating in multiple jurisdictions with the same brand, it's not that easy to then localize their product in so many countries Yes, usually this is a big challenge for these operators. So I agree with you. Let's see what is going to happen there.
But seriously, we're happy that such a big players and this interest of international brands and businesses is gonna drive our regulators towards and forward to maybe look on the regulatory directories with the international expertise and very much lobbying. For example, we lobbying Ukrainian Gambling Council with the which is the doors are open for international expertise, and each of the company brands that just would like to give some input from other markets into the Ukrainian one. So this is me myself from Europe, being from Europe, I'm always happy to see such a very seriously like a big names in our markets, because it's always funny to see how the top leaders, they are really comfortable on the chairs, and they just keep going the same marketing strategy and really like missing the new trends of the
Understand.
yeah.
So then I have a tricky question for you that just came out to my mind, and you decide what you can disclose and if you can disclose something. Is there any plan for Perimatch to expand outside of the CIS regions?
And I know, Dominica, that you're already aware of the answer. I think we're gonna meet soon in Cyprus, right?
I think so.
Sunday.
Yes. All right.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Let's see. Let's move on before we disclose anything else. Robert, you already touched some peculiarities regarding the German market. Is there anything else that you want to add on this topic? What's happening there?
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people know like that the regulation sort of is in place, and you need to follow it. The key ingredients are €1 max stake, 5-second spins, €1,000 maximum spent per month per player. Yesterday, I think, as far as I understand, political process, the tax law has passed, and both of it is going to be effective 1st of July. So a little bit more focusing on the positives, I think, for that market. It's all negative, yeah. So the regulation is always negative, but when you sort of now Brexit happened, Germany was the second biggest market in Europe. It's probably going to be the biggest market in Europe, I think. Still, let's see if the white market, how big the white market is. But I think what's positive about it is, and that's a little bit overlooked, is the sentiment in the market was always very negative towards gambling, and everybody was relatively well educated because of strong, I don't know, communication / propaganda of courts and media and so on, that casino is illegal, essentially. So I think what's a little bit underrated in this market, and that's the interesting and positive bit, I think, is that from 1st of July, it's for the first time fully legal, and a lot of people will understand this. So the hope is, and the likelihood is, that you will see more people flooding to casino who are currently playing offline only. I think that's a positive in the market. Also, on the positive side, and that will be sort of, I think, a second wave of sort of, let's say, trust. First, because on 1st of July, people on the street not going to realize that the law is in place, is when the German state lotteries will join. Quite an interesting setup. 16 states in Germany, and in theory, I think every state could join as well and offer slots. I hear that 3 or 4 state lotteries are going to join and apply for a license. And when that happens, it will have a side effect of, I think, for the first time, then most people in Germany will understand it's legal, because if the state lottery, who has obviously a very big trust in the market, will start offering slots to the players, and that same slots you can then find on the other sides as well. You know, players will react and say, ah, okay, it's legal now. And I think that's, you know, I'm positive personality. I think hopefully that will even out any negative regulation for the white market. I think so. The market will grow much more, I think, than it's hard to judge how much the market will grow, because you know how much impact a state of is going to have. Yeah, how much impact is, for instance, there's a cooperation between BetVictor and Bild. Bild is the largest dominating newspaper in Germany, and the website is called BildBet.de, a major media deal basically, which again I think it helps the industry overall, helps sort of the understanding that it's a legal offering, because these media companies never offered. They were very careful to offer any types of gambling services. Bild is actually quite, let's say, aggressive. They're already operating under a Maltese license with that sort of product. Most will follow once they have the full license in place, casino and sports betting. So I think that's the positive in the market. And I think there's also,
and I know as well there's going to be another big media provider in Germany that is going to go live with a betting website as well. So probably this will help the audience, let's say, understanding that betting is not that illegal anymore, and probably it's safe for them. And also probably we will see them moving some, let's say, money and deposits from cryptos to, let's say, regular ones, let's call them in this way.
Yeah, I think a side effect, crypto is also interesting in Germany because of tax. It's an asset in Germany, and if you hold it for 1 year, it's tax-free. So any gains are tax-free. So I think that may be a side effect of high crypto ownership in Germany, and also obviously a you know, internet fluent audience in Germany that may be playing a role as well. So yeah, I think that's the positives of the market. I mean, we always talk about regulation is bad and negative. But if you took a bird's eye view the next 2 years, basically, I think it's going to be an interesting, good market. And funny enough, yeah, the high tax I don't know if everybody knows, it's a turnover tax, so it's quite silly in a sense, yeah. So hence everybody's rushing to lower the RTPs. Funny enough, when you think about it, if you have €1 maximum stake and 5-second spins, yeah, you almost want a lower RTP, yeah, as a player, because I mean, otherwise you sit forever, and you know, you can't sit long anymore to spend.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
For example, on the sportsbook side, we also gave the chance to the operators to deduct the tax from the winnings, in order to give the feeling to the player that they're leaving a kind of a tip to the operator, to the house. So you have to find then, let's say, creative ways to arrange this. So I totally agree with you. Nadia, to stay on Germany, and probably also from the casino point of view, is there any peculiarity regarding this market that you want to point out, underline?
Mark, I was actually going to ask Robert, because basically with all those latest restrictions, we think that the revenues are going to drop, and that's what we are seeing on the customers who went live with the regulated German solution. People are still, because things are like, you know, you have a cooling down period, so it's 5 seconds between the spin. You can't spend more than €500 a week. You know, you remove table games, which are the most popular product in Germany. And then the tax is also really, really high. So it would be interesting. I wish the revenues would at least stay on the same level there, because more players will join, but I think it's going to drop, at least at the beginning, even if they will remove, especially if they're not going to remove anything from the gray traffic. And again, the tax is high. There would be a lot of players who will join, because we also noticed the new operators, like who were like, I used to be like German, like the media company was mentioned here and so on, they're entering the market. But again, you know, if player can spend €500 a week, there is a certain pool of players, and a lot of them, they're already playing on the website. So there would be no like triple the amount of players, but the amount is going to decrease. So my view is that revenues are going to drop. I don't understand the rationale behind like removing table games, because it's one of the most popular product on the market. So it's also a little bit silly. And tax on the no as well. It's something this industry never saw before. So basically, it's going to affect the player again, because the player are going to get less for their money, because to be profitable, everybody has to decrease their RTP as well. So it would be interesting, but and that's the other sad thing in a way, that every regulation is coming up with their own standards, with their own requirements, and there are some regulations which are making sense, and some regulations which doesn't make sense at all. You know, and then there are some regulations which put a lot of requirements, but in reality nothing is monitored, which is another way of extreme. I don't want to mention specific regulations, but there are some which came up like last year, and the list of requirements really harsh, but in reality you can go to regulator and then can close their eyes for a number of years. Just okay, do it when it's done.
I hope no regulators are listening right now. Us.
I hope so. But it's also
if
really
they
interesting
are not going to
because
change their mind. Sorry.
thing is, it's like this, like it ideally, like, you know, at least like, for example, we're in European Union, so a lot of rules are very, like, you know, common to all the countries. So it's always why not to come up, like, you know, with a good regulations. For example, like Dutch market, you know, they've been talking about regulating for a while, but at least they did it right. Yes, the tax is high, but they didn't come up with requirements of product adaptation. They didn't come up with like different requirements. Okay, you need certification, you need tax, you need an audit. Fair enough, fine. But you know, when you're talking about Germany, it's like we want you to stop gambling.
Yeah. I will point that Belarus regulator is really a good, one of the goodest one. I mean, he's really listening operator. It takes some time, but at least it's a progressive.
I will go overseas and I will mention Colombia, which is one, in my opinion, one of the best regulations actually.
See as well, like Colombia follows Spain. So for example, our Relax Gaming is entering Spanish markets this year together with Colombia because regulations are identical. So it's very easy. So when it's one regulation and the second one is following it, it's simple for everyone. And
yes,
you know, it's cost effective and it's easy as well. And then like you support actually, because once you're in the regulated market, if you're a reputable supplier, you're not going to support the great traffic from those markets. Correct. So it's actually good for regulator to come up with something which encourages suppliers to provide a good product and not to go gray. But again, we'll see. It's
but meanwhile, the Spanish regulator right now is restricted some of the advertisements things, which is we really love the sponsorship type of the marketing channel, and it's really affects us when we were looking at the Spain, and now it's so restricted advertisement options.
But do you think? Then I have a question for all of you. Do you think that we will see in the CIS region more jurisdictions following the concept? Even for Germany, this could be a valid question. Following what first Italy did and then Spain did when it comes to banning advertisement, when it went to banning sponsorships?
Potentially, yes. So I remember when I used to work for Betfair, like for example, in Ukraine, you wouldn't be able to advertise sports before 10 o'clock or 9:30 even. Or then again, you have to be very creative how to go around it. Like, so you're advertising sports without mentioning sports, or you're advertising betting without using the word betting.
In Italy now, it's full of blogs talking about sporting news with the same name of the real operators, just with .news. Yes.
No, it's like there are ways around.
Bevin.tv, for example, Bevin.tv, yeah.
Correct.
But and again, like I think UK had also something similar where they are talking about basically stopping, like, you know, sponsoring the Premier League, so you can't have gaming advertising on the t-shirts, and that's something which they had historically. So,
this is all, of course, politician game. The two lobbyist sides can always try to work against each other all the time. It also has to be some discussions around that to make sure to make our sociality sure that there is someone against, there is a fight, but it's also some of the part of the game.
Yes. Yeah, Janina, then let's put it in this way. From your perspective, what are then the main differences in when it comes to customer behavior between the CIS countries and the European ones? Are you seeing any different activities with your games?
Well, from my personal perspective, we need to understand that, first of all, Ukraine has a different currency, right? So if we then look at the revenue forecast, we still need to consider that there is an impact of the currency exchange rate, right? So Ukrainian players, from my perspective, and you can all comment on that, they are more of a low stakers. So the average bet, right, is lower than in the well-established market. But overall, in terms of the player's journey and customer behavior, I would say that it does feel that there are some global, global trends that Ukraine follows as well. And in terms of the user, we can have visuals that are used for Europe, right? Or like visual identity, influencers, brand ambassadors, messaging that is similar to what we use in Europe to be applied for Ukraine. Yes, sometimes, of course, it's important to make sure that you understand, some local messaging, some localization in language. But overall, I would say that I would agree with what was said before, that it's great that in terms of Ukraine, we can already try and adapt the strategy we have for Western Europe and for CIS in general. So we'll see, of course, how it goes. Maybe we will see really great changes, and in a year from now, we'll discuss it.
I understand. Yes, we will. I think that I would say we are lucky enough to work for an industry that is changing quite fast, probably even faster than many other industries. So 1 year or 2 years, it's already a long time, and many things can change. Ian, when it comes to product, then let's discuss a little bit about product now. Usually we refer to casino and to sportsbook, but we know that we also have skill games. What's your opinion? What's your opinion on them? And maybe you would like to help the audience here by underlining a little bit the differences between them and the rest of the other verticals. What's your take on that?
Sure. So, like the question of skill games was been like sneaking upon us like for a long time. Sometimes it feels like a niche, like virtual reality, was supposed to be like next step, and then it fizzled. But I think everybody in the industry understands that there is some combination of player input that will make a bigger impact in games to the RTP than it is now. So if you ask like a player that plays all different verticals, like what's a skill game, he's going to tell you poker. It's a skill game. So one of the main differences there that the player is playing against each other. So maybe the future of skill games should be looked at as games that are basically just a platform that allows players to compete between each other for prizes. And I want to put it a little bit in context why I'm talking about this now. The more you are regulated with harsh rules and sometimes nonsensical rules, the more you need to be creative, because the field now is not this wide. The field is this narrow, and you need to put some additional value. So I'm thinking about players that enjoy games that are simple, that let you, stop thinking, like, because slots are that. Yeah, slots are games that, you just release your decision-making process. It's gone, and you just can like go into some kind of zone, relax, and then, get a different form of excitement. Yeah. The question is, if you introduce too much skill into these games, then maybe you introduce too much decision-making and frustration for the player. And the player will not be sure what I'm getting. Maybe I'm getting a game that is trying to trick me, that is random, or maybe I'm getting a game that is actually not a skill game. Yeah. So I think as I learned during like past, I would say, month or two, there are some studios that are looking into this and they are trying to be innovative. But I'm almost 100% sure that nobody broke the solution, the code yet, and the players will dictate that.
Well, really and truly, I read the news, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, that Sony got the approval. It's related to esports, but we can discuss it. It could be related to skill games as well. They got basically the approval, the patent to develop and build a platform to allow people to place bets on esports directly from a PlayStation environment. So if at the beginning it will be only, let's say, maybe FIFA or NFL or NBA, probably the second approach will be on transforming some of the video games that are currently played for free in opportunity to gain some money. So, and this means that we will all have to find other jobs probably, because when Sony comes to the to the table, we will have to see what to do. But yes, in general, this is what I think it could easily happen in the future. Of course, it will be still the question of responsible gaming and jurisdictions, because also they got troubles with EA Sports, got troubles with the loot boxes. In many countries, they are actually going against them and trying to regulate them as a gambling, which in my opinion, it's pretty much the case. So yes, let's see what will be the evolution of the skill games. Now to move a little bit from products and from markets points of view, let's go on responsible gaming, which we all of course like to discuss about this topic. So Tamara, from an operator perspective, what's your vision on that? I mean, what should be a fair approach when it comes to responsible gaming?
Which I really love right now, the idea of that when I joined Parimatch, the top management remembered that the first what I was trying to convince, to discuss and develop in order of the features and tools, it was exactly about responsible gaming. As in CIS, it's not really big things are implemented there. The principles are quite basic, like the regulator created some so there is the only one principle of effect, which is a blacklist, which a customer has to manually go and some physically verify himself and add into the blacklist, or his family. But that's the maximum what the regulator is like developed in order against of that. Meanwhile, Parimatch, and finally in our management team, I'm the one who's leading the project of responsible gaming implementation, the principles and the strategy, and together with the top management through international wise, we agreed the Parimatch is ready, and we're gonna make a maximum effort to lobby and speak with the regulator that it's time to do some really bigger steps. From my research in CIS, for example, we don't have even the institutions, research institutions who are focusing on that disease, or no even therapy practices. Plus, like, you know, we're trying to speak and put on topic on the table with our competitors. We do use our media to give in some interview and some examples, but competitors really non-ready to accept that there is a topic which is a really serious topic that we have to face and start to do something about it. So here is the thing. In CIS, responsible gaming has also the only baby steps. And Parimaj and Tamara together, I'm really, I know it's a long-term way, and only together, if government and health institution, if they're gonna support our idea that we have to teach how to responsibly take game and budget on it, that it has to be just fun and apart from your monthly income, like lower than 10%. If the government's going to support, then we're gonna, it's going to be helpful, and we're probably going to make these big steps further.
But then in terms of, let's say, tools, in terms of initiatives, what will be the ones that, in your opinion, will work with more effect there? Based also, because we discussed this topic at the beginning, based also, of course, on the culture of the local players.
I see that and I have investigated of all of the researchers of how this topic and responsible attitude has been developed in, for example, UK. It's a long way distance, like 5-6 years, which is the first step. It has to be exactly, we have to teach customer. We have to, from the basics information steps, to influence them, be more responsible. And of course, one of the helpful feature could be its limitation of the deposit, monthly deposit, that the one of the practices are involved in European regulations, which is not in, for example, in CIS yet. So I don't have right now the answer.
But this means that then players will have to feel confident, for example, to declare the incomes that they are getting, because then the percentage should be of, I don't know, the incomes of the tax declaration or something like that. So,
well, then there is also the whole government has to have absolutely clean salaries, system, and etc. These other really careful topic to discuss.
Yes, exactly. This is what I try to say. I mean, in general, I agree with you. It's a combination of not only tools but stakeholders as well, because it requires the cooperation of everybody, and I assume that will take a little bit longer there.
Yes, but in my strategy, I'm pointing on Generation Z. The Generation Z is really, it's completely, it's similar as the Ukrainian or Russian Z, which is now in because they've been influenced by already YouTube or more developed type of the part of the world, let's call it this way, this digitalization, and they are asking for, they pick the brands which is taking care of, taking responsibility for them. They are feeling more comfortable with that. It's already as a default tool has to be implemented, that the brand is taking, the government is taking care of me while I'm gambling. So this is hope. This is my hope. I'm gonna point and in my strategy, make some research accordingly their expectations from the gambling niche in general.
Understand. Okay. Then Jan, to stay still on this topic, on the responsible gaming, in your opinion, where does the freedom of individuals and their choices collide with the, let's say, the hand-holding regulations? I mean, what's in the middle?
Well, this is a very good question, because Right now, we're seeing several markets going to a direction that I believe is basically invasive to the privacy of the player, and it's taking the player and showing him, look, you are a child, and we need to take care of you, and you have no freedom of choice. So in the UK, recently there are debates about exactly what you mentioned, like show us how much money you make and we will tell you how much you can afford to gamble with. Well, you lost basically a whole decision-making process as the player. It becomes, gaming becomes now a chore. You have to check your tax declaration. You cannot go and like use it as entertainment. You lost all that was valuable to like switch off during the gaming, and now you have to treat it as something that is restricting you.
You have to go to the doctor to get the prescription of how much money you can play every month.
Yeah. So now, like, it maybe sounds good on paper, like we'll have everything under control as a government. Like people will start paying more taxes, so they can gamble more. Or I don't know what's the like idea behind it, but there is really a fine line, because we're talking about like a situation where you really monitor everything you can about the player, and then we are talking about a situation when you don't take responsibility for the player at all. Yeah, so definitely there is this middle ground, and again we're going back to a culture. So is the responsibility of the whole society to treat their players as potential gamblers, addicts, or is it the responsibility of each individual to treat their own life as valuable and not to fall into this addiction trap?
In my opinion, this is a very interesting topic, and I would like to add something else that really and truly, if we think a little bit about what you said, Jan, is that this is also related to the general welfare system of every specific country. Because it's true that on one side, as an individual, we should be able to do, allow me to say this, whatever we like. But on the other side, if I develop a disease that requires some, let's say, medicines, some drugs, or some therapies that will be covered by the national system, by somebody else that is paying the taxes for that, then that's another story. For example, we know that in US, the system is slightly different, where basically they give you the freedom to do more or less whatever you like, because you are responsible for that. If you use a motorbike without the helmet, nobody's going to cover the medical expenses if you have an accident. While, for example, in other countries like Italy, where there is a welfare that covers that system, then becomes a problem of the public. So you have to make sure to balance all these aspects, because if on one side I'm giving you the freedom to do certain things in your life, then I just also have to make sure that other people will not pay for your choices.
Mm-hmm.
So it's...
Well, yeah, I agree with that. That again, we come back to the idea that the regulation is local and probably has to be local for some time.
Yes.
Because we have to take into consideration all of these aspects. But still, we are an adult industry. The people should be there to make their own choices and to take responsibility for those. But on the other hand, there is definitely a responsibility of the operator to recognize patterns of really problem gambling players.
Yes, and you should give them the tools. You should give them the tools to the players to decide if they want to, because at the end of the day, if this is related to, let's say, licenses and regulated markets. At the end of the day, if a legislation or if an operator, a website, is too restrictive for me, and I want to still to gamble, I will go somewhere else.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then there is also when I spoke with my UK consultancy, they said that actually the triggers of being addicted, it's a similar triggers as with the alcohol addiction or anything else. It's just you have to get to understand, the therapist has to understand what exactly happened. So it doesn't mean that if he stop playing, that he doesn't go on some other side of the addictions.
And nobody really is limiting how many beers you can buy at the store.
Yes, true enough.
So that's true. That's true as well.
What I really love to investigate more, and since we very much we built a really big data analytical center inside, is these patterns and the machine learning tools to adapt onto all of this behavior that can predict, for example, when the customer on his way of losing the control. And then to maybe integrate some specific mechanic that might be even just a call for 7 minutes that the manager gonna reach him out and speak maybe 2-3 minutes, gonna let him a bit cool down, because that's the peak moment. This is the dangerous one. General investigations says that you should allow them to gamble. I mean, you cannot just stop to do that, but this is the point of to control until they reaching that the line of peak of losing control of situation.
Yes, understand.
Mm-hmm.
Understand. Well, in general, tools are very important, and especially at the end of the day, it all goes to skills. It all goes to knowledge for the operators to control what their players are doing. And probably this could be a plus for them as well, because the moment they show that they really, let's say, care about their players and they're not just there to collect deposits, then probably they will even gain more recognition among the other players to feel safer to play on those websites.
Yeah, I like definitely the part that Tamara mentioned, that the Gen Z players want their safe space. Okay, like let's leave it a little bit on a market, because I'm sure there will come some branding, some brands that will push this idea, that will look, we have all of these security features. You just like let go, gamble away, and we will tell you when like things look a little bit weird and then you should take a break, and we will take care of all these things. So it's on one hand it's a convenience. On the other hand, if you apply this to a whole market, then like what's the choice of the player? He goes somewhere else, and definitely we can put this on the idea of Germany again. Like if you push the whole market into one corner, then you create this all other segment right away, that either the black market or either guys that are willing to risk some penalties. Yeah, so it's the same situation.
Yes, yes, I agree. At the end of the day, in my opinion, I still believe that there is space for everybody, for every, let's say, different style of operation, and everybody will get, let's say, their slice. Let's put it in this way. So, guys, if you don't have any other points that you would like to share with us today, I would like just to wrap up the panel, which, in my opinion, was quite interesting. We touched many different topics, starting from regulation to, let's say, casino products, to different aspects. And I would really like to thank all of you for being with me today. And I'd like to pass the ball to my friend Zoltan to keep moving with the conference.
So there's no more moving forward, because this is the final
Very nice.
discussion.
So we were the last ones.
Thank you, everyone. It was nice to see you all. Sorry I could not make the introduction. I had to jump off quickly
You were running somewhere.
No, I was beating up people because politics works in a funny way.
I understand.
So it was nice having you all here today. Yeah, the idea of this panel was to have the key ingredients to running a successful operation. So I hope that everybody learned something about it today. If you want to reach out to the speakers individually, you can find them on LinkedIn. And with this, I would like to also ask you to join us next week for our tech conference, which is happening on the 15th and 16th of June. And we are also touching base in North America and Latin America on the 22nd and 23rd of June. And we will be back after the summer because we also need to take some breaks. We already had around 9 conferences up to now. So with this in mind, I'm wishing you everyone a happy day, a great afternoon, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care. Bye.